Welcome, everyone. I will call the May 5th Cinco de Mayo 2025 County Council meeting to order. We welcome everyone here tonight. We appreciate the community getting involved in the business of the public and appreciate you being here. The first item is the invocation and pledge of allegiance. I'll recognize the Honorable Tommy Atkins from District 3.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for letting us all be here. Dear Lord, thank you for public servants that we have here tonight. Lord, help us as we go about the people's business. Thank you for all the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us all. Lord, keep us safe in our travels and bless us here tonight and help us in our daily endeavors. Forgive us of all our many sins, Lord, and help us each day. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chair, I do have a motion.
Yes, sir.
All right. I would like to suspend the rules and move number 1 from new business to appear just before appearances.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Our next item of business is to do our oath of office for our newly appointed board and commission members. We have a lot of folks on the list tonight to recognize. If I call your name, if you'll please come forward and stand in line in front of the podium, and our county attorney will meet you at the front to swear you into office. Antonio Mickle, Board of Zoning Appeals, District 4. Derek Williams, Planning Commission, District 4. William Nichols, Riverview Fire Tax District Board. Stacy Harrison, Catawba Regional Workforce Investment Board. Jeff Ledford, Lake Wiley Parks and Recreation District. Daniel Venosta, Bethel Lake Wiley Land Acquisition and Preservation Parks District Board. Laura Ulrich, Catawba Regional Council of Governments. Thomas Henry, Rock Hill, York County Convention and Visitors Bureau at-large seat. Charlie Ruffalo, Rock Hill, York County Convention and Visitors Bureau at-large seat. Jack Skirlinite, York County Forever, District 3. Sherry Barton, Catawba Mental Health Board. Joel Paris, Keep York County Beautiful at large. Shelby Champion, Keep York County Beautiful at large. And Corey Tilley, Keep York County Beautiful at large. And first, let me say this. It is such a pleasure to see so many folks coming to get sworn in tonight. Doing the business of the people requires a lot more than just us 7 sitting here. There are a number of boards and commissions that require folks to volunteer their time and their talents to serve our community, and we are very thankful for the work that you do. Just looking here tonight, the different areas that you serve on, the Zoning Board of Appeals, they handle zoning issues as a quasi-judicial board. The Planning Commission deals with land use issues. We have folks who are going to be serving on fire boards, parks boards, the Visitors Bureau, mental health, and Keep York County Beautiful to keep our community free of litter. These are huge responsibilities, and you rarely get thanked, but tonight our council does want to make sure that we thank you for the service that you're going to provide to the community. We couldn't do all of this without you. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you. I'd say anything better than that. Thank you all for coming down this evening. It's a pleasure to administer the oath of office, and an honor and privilege as well. You each raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear
That I am duly qualified.
that I am duly qualified,
According to the Constitution of this state.
according to the Constitution of this state,
To exercise the duties of the office.
to exercise the duties of the office
Which I have been appointed.
which I have been appointed,
And that I will.
and that I will,
To the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability,
Discharge the duties thereof.
discharge the duties thereof,
And preserve, protect, and defend.
preserve, protect, and defend
The Constitution of this state.
the Constitution of this state
And of the United States.
and of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Nice to see you all.
If y'all don't mind, if I could stop y'all. All of y'all who just stood here, if I could stop you for a second, can y'all come right back up? Let's take a picture and let's just, I think this is something that our PO could take a picture of, just to, this is a big scope of the work that's done. If y'all can turn around the other way. Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Charlie. for the handle. Yeah, if y'all
Yeah,
just
you
turn
guys can
around
go up
and
to the front.
Scoot up here.
Charlie the comedian. All right, hang on a second. All right, everybody ready?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you all.
How are you doing?
Good. Thank you, sir.
All right, council's going to take out of order an item in new business, which was part of the motion that was made earlier. And that item is item number 1, council to adopt a resolution recognizing May 4th through the 10th, 2025 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Appreciation Week. And in just a minute, I'll recognize and ask our sheriff, Tony Breeden, to come forward and to give some words from that group. I do think it's also important to mention that this is also Public Servant Week, Recognition Week. I think it's also Teacher Appreciation Week, so this is a big week this week. But one of the ones that I know is near and dear to our hearts is the correctional facility. I mean, you know, no matter what political affiliation, sex, race, age, we all want the same things, really. We want to have a community that's safe, healthy, and a vibrant place to raise our children. This week, we celebrate the hard work and dedication of our detention and correctional officers. Their commitment to public safety is critical. We recognize the vital role that they play in maintaining a safe and secure environment. Managing inmate behavior and maintaining that order within a challenging environment is truly remarkable. Your efforts are largely one of those that go unseen but are critically important. We appreciate the work that you do. At this time, I'll recognize Sheriff Breeden to come forward. I think we have a group of folks here with us.
Thank you, Council. In 1984, President Reagan proclaimed this week National Correction Officer and Employee Week. And our detention center and the people there, you really can't underscore the dedication it takes to do what they do. It is far harder and more difficult to do, especially with the professionalism. We probably have less complaints than any facility in the state as far as how we go about our job, how they do things. And having spent 2 years in the jail myself, I truly understand how difficult it is. So we have a large number, just a portion of what we have over there that are committed that wanted to come tonight. And also, I want everybody to just recognize them and thank them. Also, Chief Hicks, who is paramount in the leadership and what we get done, Major Moore. Also, take a second, just remember Captain Hogg, one of our captains, was in an accident last week, or she'd definitely be here smiling and leading us on, so just think about her this week. But Chief Hicks.
Council, thank you again for just honoring and recognizing what those folks do, and some of them that are sitting back here on a daily basis. Sheriff Breeden talks all the time about values of service before self and no enemies to punish and no friends to reward, and there's not a group out there that doesn't exemplify that on a daily basis. When you think about going into a very potentially dangerous and violent atmosphere in the jail, being outnumbered up to 64 inmates to one officer with no weapons, and they do it willingly every day. And that speaks to that service before self. We're here to treat everybody firm, fair, and consistent. We want to treat them like our family members would need to be treated if our family members were in there. And again, it goes to prove the professionalism, the dedication that they have on a daily basis to treat everybody with that respect. In fact, we get not only lower number of complaints than many places that I hear about, we get inmate request forms on a daily basis praising and thanking our staff for treating them like a human being, bringing the humanity back to a dark place where they are stuck awaiting trial. So we just appreciate you guys just recognizing that, honoring the fact that they have chosen this calling, and it truly is a calling to be here and working in a jail, and we are very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get too far, I do want to make sure that we handle a little bit of business. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution in a second?
Motion to approve?
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Get close, everybody.
The resolution is approved unanimously, and thank you again for your service.
There we go. Ready, Greg?
I'm ready.
There you go.
Tony. Tony.
Thank you.
How are you?
Thank you again to all those that came out to support that. We don't have any appearances tonight. Do we have the public forum list? Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we move into our public forum session. This is an opportunity for council to hear from the community on matters that are related to county business. We do this at the beginning of the meeting in order to allow folks who want to have a chance to address council to speak. We do allow the first 15 individuals who show up and sign the list to be on there to come forward and speak. Since we do have a lot of work to do, this is purely to give an opportunity to hear from the community. This is not a time to engage. Some folks, when they come up here, they'll ask questions. That's not an appropriate place to do that. Council can't engage with you here. It's simply to allow us to listen. We do suggest that folks who are here on a public hearing item, we have 5 of those tonight, that you opt to wait to speak until the public hearing item. And the reason is because you're not limited in time and because your comments will be connected to, and a lot easier to connect if you're creating transcripts to associate it with that specific issue that runs in the agenda. So we ask you to do that. Please keep your comments tasteful. Don't call anyone out individually or do anything where I have to call something out of order. If you don't mind, I would appreciate that. And if you'll kindly pay attention to the screen, it will let you know when you are getting close to your time and when your 2 minutes is up. And if you can cut your time off when it does that instead of me having to do that, I appreciate that as well. When you come forward, again, please state your name and give your address before you start your comments. First on the list is Laura Cato.
My name is Laura Cato, and I'm at 2012 Fullwood Court. I'm in Fort Mill. I'm speaking tonight to request that the County Council include expanding and modernizing all county libraries in their budget discussions and in the county's long-term goals. I have been attending library board meetings for almost a year now, and they have made it clear that they do not value community feedback and have no desire to be champions for the library. We understand that you need professional data to help you plan such a big project, but the library board is refusing to commission and pay for this data. So I appeal to our elected officials to intervene and make the libraries a priority. I am not the only resident that feels libraries are important. Over 500 county residents signed a petition asking the library to conduct a formal community assessment. In-house data collected by library staff is not sufficient. York County is now the 3rd wealthiest county in the state of South Carolina, and there is no reason we cannot find it in the budget to expand libraries. Libraries are an excellent investment for the community. That's because the research repeatedly shows that return on investment for your local library is around $5 for every dollar spent on them. A well-funded library raises surrounding property values, helps develop an intelligent workforce, making your area more attractive for cutting-edge companies, and makes local social services more efficient. Proximity to a public library means greater revenue for retailers. Patrons who stop at the library while completing a longer list of errands report halo spending at establishments close to the library. Conversely, shoppers who might not otherwise stop by the library benefit from free access to entertainment, enrichment, and education. This does not even touch upon attempting to quantify the long-term financial rewards of supporting our nation's education system through targeted early literacy initiatives. I'm going to say it plain. After parents and grandparents, libraries are the first place
Thank
where
you, ma'am.
children.
Thank you, ma'am. Lacey Lane.
Good evening. My name is Lacey Lane of Fort Mill. I'm a mother of two, school counselor of 16 years, and a library patron. I've been sharing my concerns related to our York County libraries and the intentional extremist influence by this council majority for 2 years now. I've said it before and it bears repeating. Council members, you represent your constituents, not the York County GOP. York County deserves library appointees who are there to support our library in meeting community needs, not to fulfill a political agenda. Instead, this council majority appointed 6 YC GOP leadership and or their spouses to our now 7-member library board. More than one of you have stated your intentions to appoint YC GOP members to our library board at YC GOP meetings, which are recorded and shared publicly. So let's not pretend that any of this ridiculousness was by coincidence and not by design. In January, one of your YC GOP appointees confirmed your shady intentions when she emailed 3 of your other YC GOP appointees stating, and I quote, "We were appointed for the main purpose of producing a new policy for York County Library book collection, book removal, and book relocation. I think we're in an excellent position to do what we're hired to do and should just proceed forward the way we've been doing," end quote. She said the quiet part out loud in this email and explains perfectly why these appointees have ignored most of their board duties, constituents, and don't follow their own board laws. It's important to note that these appointments came after the library board made the decision not to relocate age-relevant, diverse, and inclusive children's books from the children's section of the library to the adult section of the library. A representative from the ACLU-SC stood at this very podium 2 years ago to share how relocating those books would be unconstitutional and would leave the county open to costly lawsuits. I would encourage the council to read up on the lawsuit that library patrons, with the help of ACLU-SC, recently brought against Greenville County over widespread removals and restriction of diverse and inclusive books. Let's fund a formal community needs assessment for our libraries and not costly lawsuits.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please
Tinley
do better.
Middleton. Tinley Middleton.
Hi, I'm Tenley Middleton from Fort Mill, South Carolina. I'm a longtime resident of York County, almost 25 years. I have concerns about the public library, and since the library board has decided to restrict library board public comments at their meetings, I will make them here. I've been following items of interest regarding the York County Library, including the fact that there hasn't been a recent needs assessment. Our community needs more library branches. Some York County residents have to travel 30 minutes or more just to reach a library branch, and that's in the best of traffic situations. I have also been following the moratorium on purchasing books for teens. I am here today to read you the statement from one of the many authors whose book was not ordered as a result of the moratorium. To whom it may concern, I was sorry to hear of my book, The Dividing Skies, inclusion on a list of books that were withheld from purchase. For the record, I'm not sure where the reference to teenage sexuality came from in that review, as the most my characters do is make out. The prose in that scene is nondescript, maybe PG rated. As for the reference to drug addiction, my fictional drug, mean, is used as a metaphor to illustrate a point about society. In this way, I'm following the footsteps of dystopian classics like Soma in Huxley's Brave New World and Sleeping Pills in Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451, 2 books which I hope are in wide circulation within your library system. Like the drugs in those classics, mean is used to control the masses in The Dividing Sky. It's a synthetic dopamine compound that mimics the effects of apps like TikTok and Instagram on its users. lulling them into complacency with their work-driven lives instead of finding deeper meaning and purpose in cooking a meal together, planting a garden, or looking at the night sky. My book draws heavily on references to Henry David Thoreau's Walden to make this point. Lastly, use of mean is not graphically depicted and never shown in a positive light. I hope the above information is helpful in your review. At a higher level, though, I would encourage whoever assembles these lists
Thank you,
to take a
ma'am.
more thoughtful approach. Thank you.
Scott Kuchenauer.
Hey, everybody. Scott Kuchenauer, 122 West Oak Street in the beautiful Whitewell Park neighborhood of downtown Fort Mill. Hey, the mayor asked me to sit on the steering committee for the town of Fort Mill long-range planning. The library is one of our items, a topic on this came up already, so that's going to be our long-range plan for over there. Bob, I did wear my basketball shirt tonight, by the way. Anthony Johnson, probably the best basketball player I've seen in York County over the years. So, hey, I was here. Debbie and I have been speaking about item number on consent agenda number 19. That's the Fort Mill Parkway overlay that's coming up. The town has implemented a Fort Mill Parkway overlay design, and 80% of that property has been developed. I feel like this item should be a continuation of what the town has in that overlay. So just a little reference for you. I was on Planning Commission when that came through. That thing started about 6,000 acres. I knocked it down to about 600 because property owners were not notified. We got sidewalk, 8-foot sidewalk designs, which are great, but I said they would not be connected over creeks, and we got sidewalks that go to creeks and no connection. And we have a stormwater fee in Fort Mill, so for every 3,400 square feet of concrete, we're paying $72 a year in stormwater fee. So that's the reasons I voted no, and I was the only no vote on Planning Commission for that. I had conversation with our budget department this week, nothing but great things. In our current budget, we don't get itemized legal representation. So like the CILFAB litigation, or the CILFAB attorneys we're hiring, the tower, I'd like to know what we spent this year on it and what we got in budget next year for that thing. I think it's costing us a tremendous amount of money, and I feel like the attorneys have done a great job. No problem with the county's hired. I just like to see where our money is on that. And we do have an assessment coming up, so with that money, it's not in next year's budget. We're all going to get reassessed on our properties, so that money, that $5 million, could come back, and we won't have to go up on our 1.5 mills, and also fund
Thank
our
you, sir.
Parks and Rec. Thank
Thank
you all.
you.
Congratulations on your granddaughter.
Thank you. Brandon Gant.
Hey, I'm sorry, before I begin, is my item one that you recommend that I wait on for?
If you are, the item that you've identified is not a public hearing item that I'm aware of.
Okay, no problem. Good evening. My name is Brandon Gant, and I reside in Fort Mill in the Ayrshire neighborhood with my wife and my son, who is currently zoned for Flint Hill Elementary and Middle School. I think it's a bit of a shame that with just hearing that sentence, you can probably surmise that I'm here to express my remarks about CILFAB Solar's construction right across those schools and residential areas. And you would be correct. Honestly, haven't nearly enough time here to go into full specifics and details of my own personal concerns, oppositions, disappointments that I have with CILFAB Solar's manufacturing facility having been allowed to construct in a light industrial zone adjacent to these locations with this council's approval. So today, I'm here personally of my own volition to plead with each and every one of you on this council, as a citizen and as a parent, to reflect on this current situation, to ultimately engage and take any potential action as you possibly can as a council to right this wrong. And it is wrong. My wife and I have made the decision to move when my son starts his first school year if the current situation remains. That is a fact. We do not want to gamble with our son's safety and long-term health with him being adjacent to this improperly zoned facility for 7 hours of the day for 9 years of his life. But there is still time. You may have lost that chance with citizens who have already left. And yes, citizens have left and are still leaving or moving. But you have not yet lost that chance with me, my wife, and my son, and your other current residents of Fort Mill. So I please urge you to take action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. John Worth.
My name is John Worth. My wife and I live at 731 Amberley Crossing in Fort Mill. I'd like to talk about leadership in the context of the SILFAB situation. My favorite definition of a leader is someone with vision and integrity, demonstrates social responsibility, and has the character to correct past wrong decisions. SILFAB may well be a good company, but accidents happen. And when they do, toxic chemicals will be released when that occurs, affecting those nearby. Emory University, the BZA, and you will hear that now USC agrees that there is a risk to the surrounding community in its current location. It must move. The BZA a year ago reviewed all the facts and unanimously reversed themselves. They showed leadership by righting a previous wrong decision. SILFAB was notified of the reversal, yet a month later, the unsigned York County management letter said the BZA decision did not apply to SILFAB. BZA did not say it applied only to future installations. They said solar panel manufacturing was not allowed in a light industrial zone. If it didn't apply to them, why has SILFAB appealed the decision? If SILFAB wants to build a second operation at the existing location, I guess you would say no, it belongs in a heavy industrial zone. But the first one is okay? That is not only illogical, it is not leadership. I want you to have three things to consider. When something does happen, what will you say? You can't say you didn't know. We all told you. How often have you refused to implement a unanimous BZA decision? Why now? How many operations are in a light industrial location which require over 1 million gallons of water per day, a tall acid scrubber, and a pretreatment facility, and are located near schools, assisted living centers, and residential neighborhoods?
Thank you, sir.
Let's do the right thing and show some leadership on this issue.
Thank you, sir. The next individual, I cannot read the last name, but it is Tony Kolov.
Excuse me, that's me, I signed it later.
Okay. I see that it might be a public hearing item, so if you want to wait for that. Brandon Langford.
It's okay, I'd like to have my colleague hold these up while I speak. My name is Brandon Langford. I live on Hawks Creek Parkway in Fort Mill. Tonight, I'm here to inform you that the concerned citizens of Fort Mill received the first of a multi-phased, unbiased, independent health risk assessment from the Arnold School of Public Health at the University of South Carolina. The report shows endpoint toxicity radii of 4 of the chemicals that give the community great concern. Within the worst-case chemical dispersion radius of 3.4 miles, there are 12 retirement communities, 17 schools, and 20 daycare facilities, which contribute to more than 53,000 impacted citizens per Tango Analytics. This assessment further confirms what is already self-evident. SILFAB's intended use is not light industrial and therefore wholly incompatible and reckless given its current location, which the BZA decision established as unlawful nearly 1 year ago. SC Code of Laws, Section 629-950 expressly states, no permit may be issued or approved unless the requirements of this chapter or any ordinance adopted pursuant to it are complied with. This would include a BZA determination. Furthermore, it is unlawful for other officials to issue any permit for the use of any land, building, etc. without the approval of the zoning administrator. I would also refer this council to York County Ordinance 155.1239, which allows the zoning administrator to revoke a permit issued in error. The community seeks answers. Where is the zoning administrator's approval on any of these permits? How were these permits issued? Why is this project so special that they can ignore zoning laws? Why don't families in Fort Mill like mine deserve the protection of the zoning code and the support of this council? As provided by this risk assessment, state law, and York County ordinances, we the people petition this council to provide the lawful remedy by way of a cease and desist order and revocation of all SILFAB's permits. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lauren Kramer.
If it's permissible, I'd like to approach the bench to provide some of the materials in my speech.
You can hand it to the clerk at the end of the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If y'all will hold your applause, the reason why we don't It takes guts to get up and speak before council, and for the same reason that we don't allow applause, we don't allow people to boo each other or call each other's name out. It's one way to keep order in this. If folks are here and they have some support, I think the more appropriate way is to say there are people here who support what I'm saying and ask them to stand instead of the clapping, or I just don't. I'm a firm believer in First Amendment rights, but in order to keep and maintain order, that's the approach that I've taken on this. So, Ms. Kramer, it is. Is that a public hearing? Hang on. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yep, that is a public hearing. It's item number 5. Thank you, ma'am. It looks like Norbert D.
Norbert Dickreiter, 965 Bridle Path. Good evening, council members. Nearly 3 months ago, I stood before you and warned of the serious health and safety risk posed by the Silfab solar facility at 7149 Logistics Lane. I cited the zoning violations confirmed by your own Board of Zoning's appeal on May 9th, 2024, and outlined the dangerous chemicals that could threaten thousands of nearby families and children. Since then, I've watched resident after resident come before this very council, echoing those same concerns. Parents, teachers, business owners, and neighbors, voices from across York County. They've spoken about the chemicals, the proximity to schools, the threats to our children, and the disregard for zoning laws that are supposed to protect us all. And yet, here we are again. We continue to do our part. We show up, we follow the rules, we speak within the limited time granted to us. We bring facts, evidence, and concerns to this room, meeting after meeting. So I ask again, when will this council do its part? When will you uphold the responsibilities you were elected to carry out and take on this very real threat to our community? I understand that during this forum you are not required to respond. That's the rule of this procedure. But nothing prevents you from engaging outside of it. There are other venues, other ways to lead, to listen, to respond. And yet, most of you chose not to. You remain silent. Let me be very clear here, ladies and gentlemen. Silence is not neutrality.
Thank you, sir.
Silence is complicity.
Thank you, sir. Caitlin Boyle.
I am going to take Mrs. Cox's advice. If you're here in support of Move Silfab, could you please stand up as I speak? So my name is Caitlin Boyle in Fort Mill. Earlier this year, Moms for Liberty York County, a Moms for Liberty York County member took time to gather anonymous teacher statements on the impact of Silfab Solar. She read excerpts of these statements at a school board meeting, but because it is Teacher Appreciation Week, I believe it is appropriate to share again so that you can hear it as well. So here they are. From a teacher's point of view, working adjacent to Silfab is frightening. All day, every day, I would wonder not if, but when an explosion of highly toxic chemicals would occur. It doesn't matter to me what plan of action or safety protocols the state or school district has in place. No one is safe or would be able to get away to safety if there's a leak or an explosion. No one should be expected to work in conditions like that, especially when children are involved. I'm scared to work there, play sports games, or even drive by. I was very relieved when assignments came out and I realized that I would not, thankfully, be moved to Flint Hill Elementary School. It is so unfortunate that many of my colleagues, especially the newer and younger teachers, receive notifications that they would be leaving their home schools and be sent to teach in the new building. Many are afraid not only for their own physical safety, but for the well-being of their students. I am deeply concerned about our new schools that will soon have Silfab Solar as a neighbor. In my research, a school has no business putting their children at risk by placing them next to a potentially dangerous facility like Silfab. I cannot understand why our district isn't putting up a fight to prevent this from happening. As I see it, they are letting everyone in Fort Mill down. I used to be so proud of our district, but with SilFab moving next door to the schools, we will become a district that everyone will avoid. And I will conclude with a final thought. It said, my main concern at this point is for myself and teachers who have been assigned there. Many of us have serious hesitations about our children attending these schools. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Stuart Hasty. You'll wait for the public hearing. All right, thank you, everyone who came out to speak tonight. That does conclude our public comment section of our agenda tonight. We move now into the consent agenda portion of that. Do we have a motion?
Excuse me, I have a roll call. I make a motion that we take item 19, item number 19, and defer it.
Second.
All right, so what we've got to do is we've got to remove item number 19. Any council member, process is that any council member can take an item out of consent agenda and move it into the actionable agenda. So the motion now is to approve. However, item number 19 in consent will be item number 7 in new business, numerical number 7. Is that the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is approved. We move now to our first public hearing item number 1, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 25-08, tax map number 63900000153, to rezone from RMX 20 to RSF 40, 1.81 acres in District 6. Ms. Still is going to give us the staff report.
Good
Madam
evening,
Chair,
everybody.
before we start, did we ever get a motion and a second on consent? I know David went straight to remove.
Yeah, I asked her to, if that was her motion,
Oh,
the motion to approve
okay.
with number 19 out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Madam Clerk, did you get that? Okay.
All right, just want to make sure.
Yes,
Thank
sir. Ms. Steele.
All righty. This is a request to rezone a property from RMX 20 to RSF 40. It's located on Mount Gallant Road. It's 1.81 acres. The request here for the purpose for that is to be able to combine the vacant lot with the adjacent parcel. As the map is showing here, the area in red are the subject property. It's to be rezoned and combined eventually with the property that's located, it's colored in blue. The zoning map for the area here is predominantly RSF 40. Future land use area here. This section actually is neighborhood residential. Recommending approval for the request. It does not align with the future land use map. However, most of the properties nearby are overwhelmingly RSF 40, so it's appropriate for the area. By a vote of 6-1, the Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Any questions for staff?
None.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion and a second to close. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Move now to our public hearing item number 2, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 25-09, tax map number 64800000009, 10, 22, 26, 30, 33, 38, and 41, to rezone from RUD to RMX 6, 14.06 acres in District 1. Ms. Dill.
Yes, this is a request to rezone the 8 properties over off of Highway 160, just as you approach the North Carolina state line. You can see from the picture here on the left are the close-up of the properties. They are currently vacant. This is on 160. It was recently widened to 5 lanes. The purpose, is to be able to construct a senior living townhome community. Zoning for the area here, this is still RUD. The majority of this area still is RUD. The future land use map, this area is located within what we call a transitional area. This is probably new to council. I think it's the first time I've actually seen this brought forward to you. It's also located within the edge of the community center. To put this into perspective, this is a map showing existing single-family or townhomes communities within the area. There currently are 5 of them located nearby the intersection of Gold Hill and Highway 160. The site plan of what the applicant is proposing to do. Now, we aren't approving the site plan, but just giving you an idea of what this could look in concept. This would be for 75 townhome for senior living. And we're recommending approval for that one. This aligns with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. The transitional area, like I said, it's a new district to the council. The purpose here is to anticipate areas for redevelopment along 160 major corridors. It also recommends to actually assemble property, and so the applicant here is bringing together 8 properties together to be able to develop one large development. So this is being achieved by this request. By a vote of 6-0, the Planning Commission recommends approval with the following conditions. They recommended to have a deed restrictions that limit the development to age-restricted townhomes, and also to allow only one access off of Highway 160. Staff does have one concern about that second condition. Having only the one access might negatively impact the TIA. So we want to consider that keep that as being the 2 access points.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, I've got a couple. I know, and I've spoken with the contractor in regards to this. And again, the challenges we've had, again, with how we're approaching our development in our area, we're trying to manage it back, but give the opportunity for people that are 55 and older, again, to have communities where they can live. At the same time, allowing buffer zones in between properties, making sure that this doesn't encroach on other people's views, et cetera. So my question would be, on the buffer zones on this property, what is around the property again? I just want to make sure that I'm seeing it correctly.
So they will be putting in the standard required buffer. I believe it's 25 foot, maybe even more than that, actually. The property behind it is vacant. Probably kind of go back to a property from this drawing here. The area in red is there, the plan for the development. Most of the property here behind it is vacant.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you, Diane. Appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Yeah. What was Planning Commission's reasoning for only wanting the one entrance?
I think when they spoke about it, they mentioned the fact that the intersection of Zora Road and 160 can be difficult and can back up quite a bit. And so they were saying their experience is that folks might go past Zora, make a U-turn, and come back. And so they felt maybe having those 2 points of conflict might be an issue. Staff feels as though when you only have 1 point of egress, then you can't distribute your trips to 2 different locations. And so having the 2 points might help to allow folks to leave the site quicker, because they can have 2 options. And so that would be our concerns.
And Councilor, I would also mention that I think it provides an additional layer for public safety purposes, because when you have one road closed down because of an accident, or otherwise you have another means to get into a more density-based development. Helps with response.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Deal. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning? If you are interested in speaking, folks, if you'll come forward and give your name and address before you start speaking.
Hi, I'm Brett Werder. I live in Hamilton Place, 1605 or 16005 Virginia Lee in Hamilton Place. We're the development that's right back there to the, what do you call it, to the right in the picture type thing. Anyways, I guess the first thing I was going to say, after everything, I don't usually come to meetings, but thank you, council guys, for just your fact that you do what you do. I'm amazed that, again, your county's grown so much, you have your hands full. I guess I'll say that much. Anyways, I looked at a lot of stuff on this, and I've sent emails among our community, and Hamilton Place is a very close-knit development. And ours is, I guess it's RDU they call it, or something like that. So we're like all 1 acre lots. And when they showed that transitional map, I sort of get that. And and for me personally, and I'm not representing our group or anything like that, I look at this from a thing of like, you can't stop progression, you know, things have to change at some point. But in our development, I gotta feel like we're looking for a transition getting close to us. And that thing you heard with people concerned with Zor Road and 160, I made a comment in an email this afternoon to a bunch of people, and I said, North Carolina, and I'll say it, Charlotte's created the problem down here, not York County. Because this is the only way that people from Palisades and everywhere else and all those apartments that are over in Rivergate get to 77. And this is a nightmare. And I look at this from a point of view of, I think this needs a real strong look at, when you talked about the safety thing, there was an accident on Friday, really bad accident over there off of, or right there, about where that is right now. And they're not sure yet. They think it was because somebody doing exactly what they were saying, turning around. They drive past it because the Zor Road intersection is a nightmare. And this is going to get, in the next 10 years, with the developments that are going in the North Carolina side, this is going to be an absolute nightmare, this section of road right here for York County. And Zor Road, the same thing. I don't know what the good answer is, but I'm just of the opinion that this zoning thing for R, what's it called? RMX 6, for the number of homes and stuff and people that can get in and out of there, I think it poses a real safety issue, a big safety issue. And, you know, we're going in and out right now, and it's a problem, getting in and out of our development. We're adding another one that is way higher density than we are. And again, in the bigger picture, that's probably my biggest issue is if somebody was to come and say, like an RMX 30 or maybe even RMX 20, I'd be like, okay, we're holding it down to the number of people. Can we reasonably look at it from a perspective of there may not be as many people coming out? All right, again, I don't know what the good answer is. I really don't. And like I said, your county didn't create this problem here. Basically, Charlotte did. And, you know, in 10 years, this is going to be an absolute disaster. So, anyways, that's all I got. That's what I got, the maps and stuff, all the things you guys had up there. I was sort of looking at them online and everything. But I don't know if anybody has questions or whatever. I'll try and answer what I think or what anybody said.
We typically take the information, and if there are questions that council has, they can redirect it to staff.
Okay. And I don't know who's here from, if anybody else wants to talk from Hamilton Place or not, that's up to them. They could stand up or whatever, or up to everybody. Anyways, thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else from that area? Yes. All right. Stand up. At least let them know we're here.
It won't take 10 years, I'll say that.
It's not going to take 10 years, and I'll tell you why. In the Palisades.
If you'll please give your name and
Oh,
address.
Sean Rudder, Hamilton Place, Elizabeth Berry Court. In the Palisades, they are adding, they've just approved 560 homes at the end of Thomas, all coming out Zor Road, okay? There's another 135 going in on Youngblood. Across the street from that, another 120, and another 100 plus further down Youngblood, okay? All coming out Zor. All going to Rivergate, all going to 77 at Zor. It's a nightmare. It took me almost an hour to get here, okay? We just want to live in a community. We want to know people. We want to be able to spend time with people, spend time with family, be able to spend the time to come down here and spend time with you. Listen to what's going on in our community. Yes, Charlotte has created a problem, right? Their ETJ district has created a nightmare for people. We're looking for a transition. We don't want high density, right? That land is designed for, you know, large homes, large areas of land, right? We're on Well.
right? We don't get those city services out there. It's this unique pocket that we have in York County. It's this unique bubble, and we would like to try and keep that as open as possible. I want homes for those that are 55 and older. It makes sense, right? We don't have much more room to be able to put schools. So 55 and older makes sense. Let's give them some space, though. The high density, next to each other, stacked on top of each other, that's not what our area needs. We need homes, land. Let them have a garden. Give us some space. Let's not continue to crowd everybody. Again, an hour to get out here. We live in the same county you do. It's a lot of people, and it's all trying to go Buster Boyd Bridge, Rivergate, 77, Gold. It's a nightmare because it all goes through that choke point. We just need your help to try and keep the community that we have by not trying to pack more tax dollars into that little area. All we're asking for. Great with homes. It makes sense to put more in, and 55 and older makes perfect sense. But give them some space. It doesn't have to be these, high density lots. If that's fair, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against this rezoning?
Move to
Is there
close.
anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Oh, we got one more to go? Oh, we got one out on that one. Shot.
Carrie Burrows. I live in Hamilton Place, 16620 Jefferson Place. We're at the top right there, and if you follow the gray line with the red on the left, that's 160. And you can't tell from this map, but it actually heads downhill at a good grade. And right at the top of that map, if you notice, it kind of disappears. That's because those 5 lanes go into 2. And as they go into 2, we have about, 300 yards, and that's where our entrance to our neighborhood is. There's been many times that I've been afraid, my friends, afraid to turn in my neighborhood because somebody's doing 55 down that hill because it goes into North Carolina around that curve, and they're speeding up. So like he said, talk about chokehold. That's there right now. The long-range plan is Charlotte is going to bring from the airport to meet us 5 lanes at some point. We don't know when. We've been told exiting our neighborhood, because it actually happens to be in North Carolina, that we will have to take rights, make U-turns, and come back into South Carolina, because that's North Carolina's rules for roadways. So then you've now, in a couple years, if you build this 55 and above, you now have elderly people trying to pull out on a 5-lane highway that's doing probably 45, 50. Right now, they're doing 50 coming through there, and a 2-lane road, trying to pull out without a light. Because I'm sure nobody wants a light right there when you got a light at Zor. That, I would say, if you're going to go through with this 55 and above, I would recommend a light. I see your point in 2 egresses because of safety. To mention Friday night, I didn't see it, I wasn't there, but I happened to be where the fire trucks all took off, and somebody told me, on that hill, you pass Zor, and it goes down a hill. I don't know who's familiar with it, but people always go down there, go in the median, and do a U-turn to turn on Zor, so they don't have to wait in line. Apparently, that's how an accident, they believe, occurred really bad Friday night. I'm not opposed to the 55 and above, because I know there's kind of a need. I don't see it as a bunch of teenagers and, 100 homes. There is a need. I've heard that it could be because of the way it's zoned right now, or wanting to be zoned, that there could be businesses there for shopping, something like that. I agree. Give them some space. Let them do gardening. There is buffer there. I find it interesting. It's not on this map, but it's like in the middle of the entire red. There is a house that sits there right now. There's a TK policeman living there. Whether he owns it, I don't know. If you notice, if you follow down 160, there's no red right there. So it's my understanding that that house will stay there. Why, I don't know. It's not mine to bother, but I found that interesting. So my only request is think about this, 55 and above, safety reasons, pulling out on a 5-lane highway right now where you got people doing U-turns anyway, and not so dense. My thing is, if you're going to do the 55 and above, okay, but I don't want this approved and then somebody come in and put high-density apartments or something else just because it got approved under a certain zoning. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair. My name is Larry Shaheen. I'm an attorney at the McIntosh Law Firm, 209 Delbert Street, Davidson, North Carolina, 28036. We represent the applicant, Stanley Martin Homes and Prestige Development. First of all, I want to say absolutely hear what the folks from the community are saying. And the applicant, Bob Bennett here from Stanley Martin and myself, are committed to sitting and working with you at your convenience and whenever you would like to address your issues and see if there are ways that we can work together to figure out something and be able to talk through your concerns and your issues, because development is a community issue. It's something that we have to work together to address. So our promise to you and to this council is to work with the folks who've spoken today in opposition to help make sure that we're able to come to a consensus as a community, to be able to come up with something that we think will help this community be able to move forward with its very desperate housing needs. Because while you have heard some concerns about the density, there have not been any concerns about the fact that there is a need for a 55-plus older product in this community, but there's also a desperate need for housing, for folks to be able to age in place. And that is what Stanley Martin and Prestige are attempting to do. So for those of you who are unaware, Stanley Martin is a company that's been operating here in North Carolina for going on almost 60 years. Mr. Bennett here has been working here for almost 20. And Prestige Development is a company that both of them are committed not only to community development, but also to giving back and making sure that they are participating in the communities in which they serve, so that the profits and the jobs and the industry that come in and come out of what they do are able to be given back to the community. So that's something that these developers and these contractors are committed to doing, and something that they want to make sure that they're going to be able to perform on and provide a quality product for you all to be able to approve. So as you'll see, this is a site plan that was redone based on the planning commentary from the planning board, as well as the TIA that we anticipate will be approved from the South Carolina DOT in the next couple of weeks. As stated by planning staff, there's 75 townhomes. There is an additional pump station to be able to provide for more sewer capacity in that area. As we stated, the restriction would be on the deeds for 55 and plus to be able to make sure that those homes stay within that community's age group. And of course, the price point on these, if we were to move forward with this type of a site plan, would be somewhere in the high 3s to low 4s. That would allow folks to be able to age in place and stay with their grandchildren, stay with their families. Now, I did hear the comment about gardening. I will say this. There are lots of folks who move into these communities primarily because they no longer want the upkeep that comes along with lawns, gardens, and so on. And the product that this type of community would be able to provide provides for a significant amount of green space, but also makes it so that there will be a management association which will help make sure to take care of the care and maintenance of the lawns as well as the homes. Now, as you'll see, there were originally 2 entrances, but one was removed per the planning board request and the TIA comments, but the applicant is agnostic about what we're doing with what the site plan would be. Ultimately, we leave that to the community and to the council. As I said, there is absolutely no desire from this applicant to force something down anyone's throats. The goal here is to be able to provide a consensus and be able to come to yes as a community. So as you'll see from the site location, I do want to draw attention to Ms. Dill's comments that it is in conformity with a lot of the other developments that you'll see. There are townhome developments in that area, so this is not a new product. It's not something that hasn't been seen before, but it is something that we think fits in with the character and concerns with what we think will be able to be provided within this community. As you move closer here, we have a bit more of a detailed current aerial map. I understand the concerns of the community, I do, but ultimately through the works of the TIA and the fact that the community will be able to have been reviewed by planning staff, by the community, by the planning board, and by the folks here who make this decision, we hope we'll be able to come to a consensus to be able to provide you with a yes. So as we stated, that specific area shows a significant amount of green space, tree save. It also provides a pump station, also provides emergency access. But again, if the community would like to see a 2-entrance option, we do provide that if you would prefer. Now, a moment about the applicant. The applicant in this specific instance is one that wants to continue to be a good steward of our community. You'll see here where they were a recent home build by Stanley Martin, where they were helping to assist a veteran into a home that was necessary. In addition, Stanley Martin provides a Hometown Hero program where they provide $10,000 in credits to those who are first responders, firemen, teachers, folks that work in our community, to be able to get them into their homes and be able to provide for those folks to be able to stay and age in place. This is a sampling of some of the organizations that you'll see that Stanley Martin and Prestige have supported here in our communities. You've got Carolina Children's Home, you've got York County Humane Society, you've got some additional folks, specifically the Low Country Food Bank, Bluffton Self-Help, a lot of our national charities. I know there are lots of concerns about developers coming in and taking advantage of the community and getting something approved and then stacking as much as they can. This is not that applicant, nor is this that project or product. This applicant wants to work with you all, wants to work with the community, and wants to do everything they can to provide responsible, smart growth so that you all will be able to be proud and show a good result for your voters and for the people of York County. And with that, myself and the applicant stand ready for questions.
Good evening, Council. Bob Bennett. I'm from Waxhaw, North Carolina. Thank you, Larry. You all have my email. I think I sent that on Friday. Here to answer any questions, and certainly answer any questions that the public has as well. Like Larry said, we want to sit down and talk to everyone and really address their concerns because, look, this community really fills a gap for aging parents. I have aging parents. I have aging in-laws, you know, people that want to be close to their families and their grandkids and stuff like that. This community definitely fills that gap. That's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to stack a bunch of townhomes on top of each other in here. These homes are going to be probably 2,600 square feet, somewhere in that range. They're not just small, tiny homes, townhomes that are stacked up against each other. So with that, I ask, does the council have any questions for us in regards to the neighborhood or the product or anything?
Council doesn't typically ask
I'm
questions.
sorry.
We
I'm sorry.
take the information from
I
the
haven't done
public
this in a
hearing.
long time, so I apologize. But we definitely want to address everyone's concerns because, again, this is my livelihood. I've been doing this 33 years. I have, again, aging parents. I want my in-laws and my parents to see the grandkids and be around, be close. And I don't want to put them down far, far away. I want them close when they need medical attention, when they need help, when they need someone to talk to. It'd be nice to go over and see my mom or my dad or my in-laws just to see if they need anything at all. And being that close in Fort Mill and being part of the community, I think is special for that. And that's why we want to build this neighborhood. Not because we want to just cram a bunch of density and ram a jam and stuff like that. That's not the case at all for this project. So I appreciate you guys listening to us tonight, though.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else before we close public hearing?
Hey, everybody, Scott Coconauer, 122 West Oak Street, beautiful Whiteville Park neighborhood in downtown Fort Mill. I'm in favor of this. This senior community will not impact our school district or attendance for our schools. Most of these people do not drive during rush hour, so our rush hour traffic will not be impacted with that. They will be supportive of our small businesses and our churches in the area over there for us, so they do that. And 160 does, at 160 North Carolina, there is an improvement process for that because Penny's was actually going to shorten that road and not make it 5 lanes. And they've got information, that's why it goes to 5 lanes and goes away. So all that's coming up. And of course, property owners in the great state of South Carolina have property rights. And if they want to sell their property in South Carolina, they should be able to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Yeah, motion to approve with the amendment of 2 egress and 2 ingress as an entranceway.
Second.
Is the other condition that was recommended a part of the motion as well?
Yes, it is, correct.
What was that again?
Yeah, well.
Age restricted. It has to be deed restricted. Deed restricted
okay, yeah.
as an age restricted
Yeah,
community.
additionally,
As townhomes.
okay, additionally, age restricted as townhomes.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank everybody, and again, this is critical, we continue this process. Now, this is only the first reading, all right? We have 2 more readings after this before there will be a yes or no decision on this. you know, the 55 and older opportunity here to supply those homes is critical for this area. Again, this will not be impacting the schools, but there are concerns, and we've heard them tonight. So I think that, again, we've got 2 readings, we've got time for discussions to come together to see if there can be a common decision made on this. I do support it in the first reading, but again, there's 2 more readings to go. So I think that open-ended discussion is critical as we move forward on this one here. So.
We don't take questions now, sir. We still have 2 readings, and you can certainly reach out to the clerk or to your council rep before the next readings to get any questions answered. Any other discussion?
Yeah. I just had a quick question. Can we stipulate 2 entrances in, if safety says it should only be 1, is that good to put in a motion?
Well, it was in the motion, yeah, for 2 entrances, yeah, and egress.
The planning commission made a recommendation to go to 1, and staff has said, don't consider that.
Okay.
So the motion is what staff has recommended.
Right.
Got it.
Yep.
I would say that, to me, that's up to the TIA and
Right.
determining that, so I'm not really sure we're at the point to make that, but we have 2 more readings, so it doesn't hurt anything to have those conditions.
And I just want to point out that, you know, when we talk about 55 and up being seniors, a light bulb went off. I was like, wait a minute now. I'm just a few more grabs from that. But I said to someone the other day that, you know, how we are facing a shortage of this type of housing unit that's deed restricted for 55 and up because it doesn't impact our schools. That's a big thing that we're looking at now. Things that impact our schools get a lot more scrutiny than something like this would, that can come in and say, hey, deed restricted, age restricted, we're not flooding the schools with a lot of kids. You know, in 75, I think it's 75 units. That's not a lot. That's not a ton of units. You know, good to hear that it's not going to be 1,200 square feet. I think I heard upwards of 2,000, maybe 2,500. So these are not the tiny boxes, but this is much needed in York County. I wish we could see more coming a little more south because we definitely need them all throughout York County. So I think this is a good idea.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Atkins.
Well, kind of favoring what Bump says, me and Carolyn, I'll be 60 and she's 55 and we still got a 13-year-old at home. But I kind of think, I don't know, I look at it from a farm perspective. I almost think you can kind of overload anything. I think it's pretty well overloaded up there, which I go whatever way. Ain't my district, and honestly, I wouldn't live up there for it. But I don't know what y'all gonna do with all that traffic up there. I don't know. Let me keep my mouth shut. Let's go on.
Any other discussion?
I am worried about the traffic on 160. Tom and I both know how bad it is. With that age bracket, I would be concerned going across 2 lanes if they're headed to Rivergate, so turning left across that traffic. That bothers me, but I don't know. I'd like to see a right lane only, but we have 2 more readings, so let's talk about it.
Any other discussion? I'm actually surprised to hear the support from the community, given the change in density, but I appreciate the developer working with the community. Anytime you can work to cooperate to get something that makes sense for the community is important. So I will look forward to hearing how those community meetings go, and I would ask that staff take into consideration and that folks take into consideration the things that were said from the public in terms of the traffic aspects and how to alleviate that. So I will support first reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to item number 3 of our public hearings, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 2510, tax map number 66400000038. to rezone from UD to ID, 2.43 acres in District 5.
This request to rezone the 2.43 acres from UD to ID. This
Ms. Steele, can
property-
you speak into the mic? I'm having trouble
I
here.
certainly can. Sorry about that. This property is located within a donut hole adjacent to I-77. The purpose for the request is to be able to expand the allowed uses to include trucking operations, possibly some outside storages to meet the needs of the future tenant. As you can see, the property is already developed within I-77 corridor. It's existing building with areas for storage and some shipping containers. The area here is prominently zoned UD, located within the future land use map of municipal infill. So for this one, we typically revert to the City of Rock Hills future land use map, and they recommend here for employment center. Recommending approval for this, it aligns with the future land use map, also aligns with the City of Rock Hills future land use map, and removes one more UD legacy district by a 6-0 vote. PC also recommended approval.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Still. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Stuart Hasty, 426 Foster Avenue, Charlotte. I just appreciate council's review of this. As mentioned by Diane, this is a UD zone district that's in a donut hole. Snyder Tire had occupied this facility for a long, long time, and our intent to rezone it is really just it was originally built, it's 5,000 square foot truck terminal. We're just looking to make sure long-term we can use it as it was built. So appreciate council's consideration.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move down to item number 4 of the public hearing. Council to hold a public hearing and provide third reading of an ordinance authorizing a Fourth Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Rock Hill and York County relating to the Textile Corridor redevelopment plan, the amended downtown redevelopment plan, the Red River redevelopment plan, the Manchester Village redevelopment plan, and other matters related thereto. Is there anything from management before we open the public hearing? Okay. I will say, my understanding is that there is no increase or expansion of this TIF at all. We are still on schedule to complete it. This is simply to account for a grant that was received, and so there's no expansion at all. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's some project funding is moving around, so some of the projects are recalibrated in terms of total budget. Our CFO can answer some of those specifics if you're interested, but the amount is going down, yes.
The main point I wanted to say is that TIFs have been difficult, and it's difficult to understand when to approve those and where you start that line and where you finish. My understanding is that we're still trying to close this one and to complete it, and that this helps, this doesn't expand that in any way.
Correct, yes, ma'am. This really allows the city to have the funding to get some of those projects completed, and in no way increases the amount they can borrow, and in no way expands the time period they have.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions before we open the public hearing? All right. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving now to item number 5 of our public hearing section. Council to hold a public hearing and approve third reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of an infrastructure credit agreement by and between York County, South Carolina, and that certain entity or entities identified by the county as Project Unagi, whereby certain property will be subject to certain statutory payments in lieu of taxes and benefit from certain special source credits. The placement of property comprising the project Unagi within the boundaries of a multi-county park, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Is there anything from management or staff before we open the public hearing? My understanding is that in order for, the council has made basically the process for this is, council's already taken action previously to approve $150,000 request or grant, and that in order for the county to receive the funding for the road in the amount of $150,000, the state requires council to approve this component, which extends credits to the business, and that management has recommended approval of that because this is a lesser intensive use than what a warehouse and distribution would be. Is that correct?
Yes, and this is a headquarters with limited truck activity as well.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions before we open public hearing? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Motion to close public hearing.
We have someone
sorry.
speaking.
Apologize.
Hello, my name is Lauren Kramer, and I'm here on behalf of Hisho Sushi, or as you know it as Project Unagi. Hisho is a company that's been in business for about 27 years, and we have over 2,500 franchise sushi bars all over the United States in over 70 different grocery store retail operations. This is going to be our world headquarters. Right now we are off of Steel Creek Road and in need of some additional space, and so one of the major components for us in moving was really keeping our entire organization together, so that obviously there's the distribution side, but then the other side of it, which is critical to our business really, is our franchise onboarding and training. So over 300 people coming from out of state to train at our facility. It'll be state-of-the-art sushi training facility with a training kitchen, training classroom, and an innovation center. And so we'll bring about 100 jobs day one that'll transfer into this organization. And with the growth that we've had in the last 7 years that I've been a part of the organization, we've gone from 1,000 restaurants to 2,500, so we continue to grow and expand even in our being around for 27 years. So we hope to plan to do that, and we're really excited to be part of the community. We are a culture-first company, and that really is at our forefront. So even myself, who's visited the facility, has gone downtown Rock Hill and just really started to incorporate ourselves into the community. So we're really excited to be a part of this, and all of our employees are really excited to be a part of this move as well in the new facility. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Appreciate that. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak before we close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'll just mention, Madam Chair, this is a headquartered location, as mentioned earlier. $39 an hour, that averages $81,000 a year average per person. This is the kind of business you really want to bring into York County. We're going to improve Lazy Hawk and Mount Holly Road there at the intersection, which is potentially going to drive more development to that area, which is beneficial to York County. 57-cent return on the dollar in the first year. We're going to recoup the money we're investing, $30,000 a year for 5 years, $150,000. Over that 5-year period, it'll be a $373,000 return, I believe, is what I had in my notes. So this is a wise investment for us, and we're excited to have you guys coming to York County. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on those comments. We do welcome you here. I think it's first one of the many businesses that we bring in, but not many of them you get hungry just thinking about it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's it exactly. Great opportunity, 146 jobs. Very good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Welcome to York County. We appreciate the investment, and we look forward to having a good relationship going forward. I would ask staff, my understanding is that the road improvements that are necessary for that area, which are critical. Anyone go and take a look at Lazy Hawk. It's a very difficult, it is strange that we've got that many businesses that are there already. My understanding is that one property owner has $350,000 in the queue from one property owner, and that this will allow 150,000, but there still is, at least from the last assessment, $500,000 that is needed simply to provide safety improvements for that road. I would like to have an update on that from staff and to have that, get some information on what the status is of that and when those road improvements are going to be made and where the funding's going to be coming from.
Yes, Madam Chair, we can,
Thank you,
we
sir.
can work on that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We do not have any old business items, and we handled item number 1 earlier in the agenda, so we'll move now to item number 2 in new business. Council to authorize contract negotiations regarding a sole source procurement for preservation and restoration of York County's Register and Deeds Historic Land Record Plat Book project by Co-File Technologies, Inc. of Dallas, Texas, for a total cost not to exceed $994,395.50 over a 5-year period, as provisioned by York County's Procurement Code, Section 35.009 G4. Any comments from management before we have a motion?
Yes, the clerk of court is here this evening if you all have questions, but one of the things we wanted to do, similar to the pay increase for law enforcement, the biggest increase for this agenda item before you will be in next fiscal year. So anytime there's a decision that impacts a budget process that y'all are still working on, and you got 3 readings, but there's a current year impact, we wanted to just share with y'all the long-term impact of this request. So the clerk of court is here, and I'll let her share more about this request. But in the recommended budget, there's $200,000 in my recommended budget related to this request. But this is a long-term contract, and I wanted Angie to have the benefit of time to share with y'all what this looks like and why she wants to start right now with this vendor.
Thank
Okay.
you, ma'am.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I have something to display. I have an exhibit, so to speak, if you don't mind. I won't take up much of your time, but I did want to bring my plat books in here to show you what I'm talking about. You're welcome to look at them. This is an unrestored book in this edition. So this is what I'm trying to get to. I have 55 of these left. But I'll share with you where we're coming from. I want to thank all of you for your time. I want to thank management for recommending this and considering this in my next budget. There is a very limited amount of companies that do this restoration and preservation of these historical books. We did complete an RFP back in 2020. This is not a new project. This is just something that kind of got delayed. We have restored 14 of our plat books. That was from 2017 until 2020. We got those done, and then the RFP was recommended, so we did that. The project was stopped, and when we did the RFP, there was 3 companies that put a bid out, Co-File and 2 other companies. We're asking for Co-File to be our sole source because they have some trademarks and some technology that none of these other companies have. And Co-File has actually bought out one of the other companies that showed an interest in doing our restoration. These are plat books that go back to the 1700s that we've been working on. Co-File started our project of preservations back in 2008 when there was a flood at the courthouse before we moved to our new facility. So they have been consistent, and they are a very good company. They're out of North Carolina. They actually come and pick up our books, they package our books, and they take them with them in a Co-File vehicle. They have insurance on them. The only other company that has showed an interest, they are out of Massachusetts, and they do not provide transportation. Their bid on the current book that I have money for in this current budget, just one book, is right around $25,000 for Co-File. But that includes not only preservation, but restoration, and they have a lifetime warranty. Once we get these books done, they're done. And the reason for that is we have to retain these books and these plats forever. These are your York County land records. All these people that have been in here before talking about land, this is how they find out where this land is and who owns it. So these books are precious. I'm not putting them in USPS, FedEx, UPS hands, anybody's hands, to ship, and we may never see them again. They're one of a kind, can't be replaced. We have digitalized almost everything we have in our office, but some of them can't be digitalized because they're worn out. These pages are being torn, and they're used every day. So I'm asking you to please let me continue this project, finish this project. I have 55 more plat books, and so that York County's land records that are so precious are completely restored and preserved forever.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Did you say, what was the cost to do one book, or is it
One
bid out per
book,
book?
one book that I have is Plat Book 44, and it's gonna cost right at $25,000. I have that in my budget for this year. I'm just asking for it to be sole sourced. I've had that requisition in the queue since November, so I've been waiting to get it approved to be sole sourced. Then CoFile would continue to do this project for us as a sole source, and the project would be a little over $900,000 spread out over 5 years, so $200,000 a year is what I'm asking for. And these are irreplaceable. I mean, they can't, they have to be preserved. You can look through them, I mean, they're in bad shape. It's my passion, and I feel like the county history should be your passion as well. I'm just asking for it to be sole sourced. I do not want to send them to Massachusetts on a plane, in a car, in a train, or anywhere.
So what was the difficulty of going digital?
They will be digitalized during this process once they are restored. The reason that they are not legible when they're digitalized is because of the fading paper, or that book is from the 1960s. So the paper is brittle. Some of them are in handwriting. They're not, I mean, they're unique. And as the clerk of court and the register of deeds, it's my position that I want to ensure that these books are there forever. After our generation, after I'm retired, after I'm gone. I'm a lifelong resident of York County, South Carolina. I didn't tell you my address, but I'm at 1553 Fred Montgomery Road, if you'd like to know, in Smyrna, smallest incorporated town in the state of South Carolina.
My mind's going to, obviously, there's a lot of grant funding and stuff. Is there any way we can look into getting any kind of grant sets out there to help us with covering this cost? Because we've got 44 books to go.
55.
55.
There's a lot of counties out there going through this, and I've never heard of any grants to help fund the restoration of these plats. And it's not really just the, I'm going to say, enclosing them in the saran wrap or whatnot. It's the restoration and actually improving the quality of these. And I've been in more than one meeting.
Multiple.
With the clerk of court here, going over these, and I've seen the before and I've seen the after. And what we struggled with in 2020 or 21, I guess it was they're not really one size fit all. This is not really like a bid type thing. And the RFP, that was going to go to council, and for reasons between the former clerk of court and Mr. Hudspeth, it did not. But she has presented this to us. We have this in the recommended budget for next year. It's going to be phased in. It's difficult to place a value on history, and again, seeing the results of after it's restored, it's very telling. But it is a significant dollar amount, and as the manager pointed out, it's a significant chunk of money, and we want to make sure you're all aware of this going into it. But
How many you estimate's in that big one, Angie?
How many plats?
Yeah.
Hundreds, and when they come back, they will come back in several of these bigger books. These are big. So it'll come back, that big of a book will probably come back in 5 or 6 books. So they're encapsulated to where nobody can get to them. These are, it's just a great product. And if there's any tape or any other foreign objects on these, like sticky note or something like that, because people back in the day, they didn't think anything about
These are records that GIS and that our planning department still uses when they're researching historical property records. Is that correct? I mean, the value is not just a.
That is correct.
My understanding is that this is within the budget constraints of the budget.
I have really cut my budget to accommodate for this. It's that important. So I'm going to be lean over the next 5 years, as I can be.
My folks is in there.
And management's position is supportive.
I wouldn't have put it in my budget if I wasn't. I think this is a long-term commitment. So anytime we have a long-term commitment, we want to make you all aware. Obviously, we can't commit future councils to doing this. This is a 5-year program. But the clerk of court was going to start the work this year. And so with this contract, she can begin working on it currently with her current funds. And then next year, there's that commitment if you all approve the budget. So we just wanted to make sure y'all were aware of it, that these things tie together, and there's an impact to the FY26 budget. But I'm in support of the long-term approach of this, and it's not something you can do in just 1 year.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
Item number 3, a new business, council to approve first reading of an ordinance to establish the operating and capital budgets for the operation of the county government of York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2025, to provide for the levy of taxes for York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2025, to provide for the expenditure of tax revenues and other county funds, to establish a consolidated fee schedule for all existing county fees relative to the operation of county government, its boards, agencies, and departments, and to provide for other matters related thereto. As I do when we have our budget, first reading of our budget that comes up, I ask that council, that we approach the process with this for there to be a motion to approve the budget. And if there are, some of you have reached out and said that you intend to make amendments, that you would make those amendments individually and allow the thereafter to allow the council to take a look at them for purposes of scheduling. My understanding is that we will have the public hearing prior to second reading, and a workshop is.
So public hearing, and I'll hand it off to our budget director, Trish Startup. She's prepared a few words, and she can address the timing and the process as part of that.
Sure, thank you. So first and foremost, I want to thank council for your involvement. The budget process actually started with council going through the strategic planning process and approving the strategic plan. And I think what you'll see through this budget, and I hope that you've seen, is that this budget book reflects the strategic plan. I want to thank staff for all their help in creating the new fresh perspective look, if you will, of the York County budget book. York County has never seen a budget book like this before, and it took a lot of teamwork. It took each department, each elected official, each appointed official, court, to provide information. So it definitely was a team effort across York County government. So I'm very appreciative of staff for helping bring about the new budget book. Just some highlights of the budget for you. The total budget for the first reading, as you see in the budget ordinance, is $483 million, and this includes a fee schedule, and this is something new for council, to have a fee schedule attached to the budget ordinance. The general fund budget is approximately $173.4 million, and this supports the operations of the county's core services. You can find this within the budget book on page 13, and then in the back of the appendix is the general fund summary. The value of a mill countywide is $1,970,000. That is described on page 13 and 17 of the budget book as well, and the value in the unincorporated area is $1,166,000. You'll also see the recommended new positions for the FY26 budget within the budget book. We Management's requesting 34.63 FTEs, and 18.63 of those are within the general fund. And you will find that beginning on page 47, which houses all of the personnel information within the budget book. Also included is a 3.5% merit-based raise for employees. And then as you go on throughout the budget book, you will end with the capital, and there's approximately $9,575,000 for capital, which council is used to us referencing as the 1420 fund. But after that page, if you look at the rest of the capital, you'll see the capital maintenance fund that we've talked throughout the process, the water and sewer as well, and the other capital funds. Those are just some highlights. There are some items to still be addressed in the budget that I want council to be aware of. First being the health insurance. As you know, the state is still working through their budget. In tonight's first reading of the budget, the county used the preliminary number that was provided to us, which was a 3.9 increase for health insurance. However, from what we're hearing and seeing as the state continues throughout their budget process, it looks like there could be a potentially 4.6% increase, and this will have about an approximate $100,000 impact on our budget. So we will keep council abreast of that situation as it continues throughout the state budget. Also, the state is considering changing the ways that boats are taxed. This will impact county, the impact for the county could be potentially $2 million countywide. Therefore, York County could possibly see our revenue decrease approximately $300,000 to $400,000 or $400,000. So we are also keeping an eye on that, and we will keep council up to date. So there are some moving variables still throughout the budget process that we will keep you, that we will stay in tuned and bring information to you all about. So next steps in the budget process is May 13th is at 5:30 is the budget public hearing, and then at 6 o'clock is the budget workshop, and this is where outside agencies who have requested funding have signed up to present to council. And you can see the agencies and their requests. That's on page 37 of your budget book. And the second reading of the budget will be Monday, May 19th. Your budget calendar is also in your appendix for you to look to as well. So at this time, myself and management, we are happy to take any questions or provide any further information we can regarding the first reading of the FY26 budget.
I'm trying to figure out, I think the best approach is to, I guess, are there any questions? Staff, does council have any questions before we move to the motion?
I do have one quick question.
All right.
You mentioned that increase that you stated the state may come back with. Did you state a time frame on that? I mean, I may have missed it.
I'm not aware of time frame. The CFO, he might know more of a time frame than I do. Kevin, do you have anything to add to that?
It's going to be a while before the state gets their budget done. I don't know if we'll actually have that resolved by our third reading or not. We're on the state schedule on that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Did I hear we're adding 34 full-times? Was that the number?
That
Yes.
we're adding FTEs, yes, sir,
Yeah.
34.63 FTEs.
Okay. And I just want to make, well, this is for question or comments, because we hadn't had a motion.
I think these are just questions.
Okay,
We need
okay.
somebody to make
Yeah,
a
I just
motion
want to
first.
make sure. Okay, I'm good.
And
Okay.
that's similar to what we've done the past few years.
And if you have any questions, that's laid out on page 48 of your budget book. The spreadsheet is with the positions.
Just to reiterate, the public hearing is set for May 13th at 5:30, and that public hearing will go on for as long as there's a public need to do that, right? I mean, I
Yes.
understand the workshop starts at 6, but if there is a good bit of public that wants to be there, we can accommodate that. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can we start with a motion to approve and then start with amendments?
Madam Chair, just one quick follow-up question to the CFO. Is it customary typically for the employee benefits package offered through the state to have a rate increase that is borne by the county, not the employees?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The rate
Are we gonna know by May 13th, or certainly by the second reading, when are the decisions going to be made on that and the boat tax issue? We don't know.
That could go well into June. That is driven by the state.
And we'll keep you up to date the whole time.
Yeah. The committees will start meeting on this, and as things get resolved, we'll let you know.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion?
A motion to approve?
Yes.
Yeah, motion to approve the budget.
Yeah,
All
second.
right, we have a motion and a second to approve the budget. Thank you very much. Are there any amendments that folks want to consider? And I will say this, I had this conversation with some folks, and obviously there are philosophical differences of opinion about how to do this, but the legal answer, and I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, is that to pass the budget requires 3 readings and a public hearing. Council is permitted to make changes at any time in the 3-reading process. Certainly, if you've got things, it's better to let folks know now. We learn things as we go into a public hearing, and we have grandbabies that go in. I have, a daughter who went into labor literally hours after I got handed my hard copy of my budget book. So I will say, in terms of this process, it is not unusual to have, as we learn, to ask questions and to do that. But that is, that's the process we have in front of us. So right now, we do have a motion and a second to approve the budget. Mr. Roddy, is there a question?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment before we get started going through all this stuff. I'll say last year was probably the worst year we ever had with approving a budget.
Well, let's do this, Mr. Wright. Just because I don't want, if I let you speak and start commenting about what we did last year, then I got to let everybody respond. Let's do this. Let's stay focused on a motion, and then when you have the floor, when we get to the main motion, if you'll please just allow those comments can be made.
Because what I was going to address was showing up at the meeting, asking for an amendment without getting staff having an opportunity to vet some of the things that's being requested, and we're asked to vote on an amendment that we have no background information on, just what each council member says they want to do, but there are collateral things that if you change this, how does it affect this? If you want to add this or subtract this, how does this impact it? I think it's so unfair to just throw out an amendment when we're getting ready to vote without having background information as to what this actually means downstream. Because last year we saw amendments just flying out, and we're like, well, you just can't show up at the meeting without staff getting the opportunity to vet some of the things that we were asking for. So that's what I was wanting to say. If you have an amendment that you want to make, because it's going to change some things upstream, downstream, if you want to make a change, then now staff still has to go back and find out, how do we implement this? What does this affect downstream? And it puts us in a bad predicament when we're doing this right on the scene without staff having a background.
I think your point is well taken, and I would encourage council to, with the amendments, as you're considering the amendments, to be transparent with them, not only with staff, but with council members too, as you're approaching that, because obviously it doesn't help things just to drag things out or to grandstand. That being said, council does have the right at any stage of the proceedings, including 3rd reading, should they wish to do that. The preference is to make sure that that it's been vetted. Point taken. All right. So we have the main motion. Are there any amendments to be considered, Mr. Litton?
I have 2 amendments. So the first amendment would be, I would ask for staff to find the funds. Amendment for staff to find the funds to purchase 10 additional traffic counters for the engineering department to do the road evaluations.
The motion, as I understand it, is for management to identify a mechanism to purchase additional road counters for the county roads.
So just for clarification, for any of these, we're open to looking at some of these and bringing y'all back information at the budget workshop too. And so that might be another way to approach this if you want us to look at the number we have, what we think we need, and then bring some recommendations as well to the budget workshop. So that's an alternative, instead of, the exact number. I can't tell you whether that's what we need or not without looking into it, but I'm happy to look into it with staff in time for the budget workshop. I don't know what y'all think.
So the alternative here, Mr. Litton, is either to make the motion and see where council falls, or to make the request that management come up with the cost, and so that you can potentially gather that information and be prepared for an actual amendment at the second reading. It's your choice. It's your choice.
Madam Chair,
I think the,
could we look into whether or not we could acquire those, or at least get the PO placed so those funds are encumbered during this fiscal year with this fiscal year dollars possibly? I couldn't even begin to tell you what one would cost, but if we could have a couple weeks to look at the cost of that and how quickly we could get an order in place if necessary, we could report back with that information and be definitive about what we're doing.
That would be fine with me. I had briefly spoken with Mr. Hamilton about it, and he said there were about, I didn't know whether to give a number or a dollar amount, but he said, 3,000 to 4,000, so I was, but anyway.
We'll look into it, we can report back.
But what I would like is to see enough sufficient to be able to do our traffic or our road evaluations. As we spoke in the Transportation Committee meeting, we have 1,800 roads, I believe, somewhere around that, and only 2 traffic counters. And at a week apiece, we would never get done. So I would like to be able to complete our task.
Understood.
I guess.
I support the effort for management to look into find the best way to budget for that need, and to bring that back to council at the workshop for further discussion.
So remove amendment.
I don't think it was ever seconded, so we're still in discussion, so we're good. Yep. Thank you, sir. Do you have another?
The second one was, and we had spoken about this at our workshop or a retreat, finding let's see, amendment to do the employee salary evaluation of the elected and other employees that weren't in the last salary study. Does that make sense?
So one of the things in the last compensation study, elected officials were not included. So in this recommended budget, there were a couple that the HR director and I did utilize our compensation consultant for some research to compare where they should be with peers. So in the reclass page, you'll see that a couple of those elected officials were adjusted appropriately in my recommended budget. I think what you're asking for is to look at who else we have not done that for, and then allow us to get a quote on what that might cost to do that study this next year.
Correct. Everybody that hasn't been updated yet.
Yeah. I'll work with HR to get an estimate for that.
All right, so those 2 items will be addressed at the workshop. Mr. Edwards? All right.
I'm good.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else have any amendments?
Yeah.
Mr. Audette?
Yeah, so, and I know we're going to be talking about this in our next one, but I would request the staff to put forth an amendment to maintain the 1.5 rec funding as it is standing right now, and to come back with requirements through the year that the municipalities would send to us. That would be both the count of youth and adults in their program. Plus, I think there's something important that we are missing in here. We do need to recognize the value and the hard work they and the cost they put into the programs. Also, like lifelong learning, that's a critical program for adults. There are many programs, not just youth, but adults take advantage of that. And it's a huge value to the public, huge value. And on top of that, I think as part of the amendment, we also need to recognize the cost of what they have to do in order from a capital expenditure perspective and a maintaining of their facilities. So that would be my request as the amendment to this budget.
So that I can clarify that,
Yeah.
are you making an amendment?
No.
Are you proposing an amendment?
I'm proposing an amendment that we do keep rec funding in place and ask the staff to come back with requirements of what they would like to see next year from the municipalities, both in youth, adult programs, and then on top of that, what they do in regards to, and recognize them for what they spend on capital costs, what they spend on the impact of maintaining their fields. I think that's something that we don't look at because it's being done, and we have a beautiful setup by our municipalities that they have those programs in place. So that's my request.
Just so that I have a clear motion, the current budget has in it a 1.5 countywide mill for parks and recreation that is being dealt with. As I understand your amendment, you are moving to amend it to to increase the budget by 1.5 mills for the unincorporated. Are you asking to put that back in?
No, not to increase and maintain what we currently have in there to continue to move forward as it is to the
We're taking it
municipalities.
out.
So it's currently not.
It's not in the budget.
Okay.
So you have to make an amendment to put it back in there. That's what your
That's
amendment
add
should
to
be.
My amendment. That is
So the
correct.
motion
Put it
is
back.
to amend the budget
That's
to increase it to provide for 1.5 mil on unincorporated in addition to what's already in the
That's
budget.
right. Currently
Okay.
matching what we have been currently doing for.
So-
a while.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
Well, you've made the motion. Have you, anything else you want to add?
No, I'm just saying, basically, we're maintaining what we've done for years.
Okay.
Yep.
Watts, you second it. Do you want to go?
Go ahead.
Oh, I don't mind going. Essentially, what we have before us of what's being asked, because we're instituting a 1.5 mil countywide rec funding tax fund. Tom is asking us to now go back and increase it, which will be a total of a 3% increase, if I understand his,
No.
because we already have a 1.5 already in there countywide. Tom is asking that we re-implement and put back another 1.5 on top of what we already have.
If we can refrain from calling
I
each
mean,
other.
I'm just
say-
making
just make
reference-
sure the
I'm making
motion.
reference to what
the-
his motion is.
And I think
Okay.
it's important to make sure
Okay.
that the motion is understood. And so, just to be clear, the 1.5 mil that's in the current budget is countywide.
Mhm.
It would result in a 3 mil total.
That's what I
But
just said.
I'm saying that. I'm clarifying that for the council.
Okay.
And I'm prepared to talk more about our recommendation. I was going to do that as part of the next agenda item.
Yeah,
'cause I think
well, that's
I would
why
encourage this
I wish it
conversation to
wasn't this
happen
way. It
then.
makes it a little dysfunctional. So the motion on the table is to amend the budget to increase it by 1.5 mil that only applies to the unincorporated area.
And I seconded that motion, and we can have this discussion now. I was planning on having the discussion under number 4, but I understand why you're proposing it now, because you want to add the 1.5 into next year's budget.
Right,
So do we want
existing
to
as
con-
it has been for the last.
Do we want to continue to discuss this now, or do you want to wait until we get to
I
number
think we
4?
have to. The motion
Okay.
has been seconded.
All right, well, I'll chime in for what it's worth. So, since we're explaining, we're currently in a budget year right now, in our budget year we're in right now, we have 1.5 mills that are in that budget, where the unincorporated residents are paying less than $24 a year. That's what 1.5 mills is, less than $24 a year, to pay for active recreation in the municipalities. We have 7 municipalities in York County. So everybody that lives in the unincorporated areas of the county is paying less than $24 per household into a fund where the county is allocating money to each municipality annually. And last year, for the top 5 largest municipalities, that was roughly $1.2 million. You know, I joined council in 2023, and this has been a bit of a thorn of discussion every year. Looking back, I'd say it's been a bit of a thorn of discussion because there was a rec tax committee that worked independent of the county, and then you got county council. But no slight towards administration, but administration really never had a voice necessarily in what should happen with that money that's created out of the tax. So it's been left upon us
And when it was left upon us, it became a bit of a political conversation, has been my experience over the last 2 years. But here's where I fall on this. You're collecting 1.5 mils from the unincorporated residents to pay for them to participate in active recreation, which means that anybody that is a member of a municipality, they're in the city limits of a municipality, Tom said this earlier, and he's right, the youth, the adults, the seniors, and those individuals that are disabled have an opportunity to participate in the program sponsored by the municipalities at the same cost as a citizen in that district or in that town, okay? So you pay the same fee. You don't get surcharged. We invest $1.2 million in this. My argument has been, and I'm not saying this because I'm from Rock Hill. I'm not saying this because I'm pro Rock Hill, Fort Mill, TK, Clover, York, Sharon, Hickory Grove, or Smyrna, I mean, instead of Hickory Grove. I'm saying this, that a $1.2 million investment, when you think about, there's 300,000 citizens in York County. 150,000 are from the unincorporated, 150,000 from the incorporated, equal almost. You would think that the needs of one versus the other are pretty darn similar. So if we're investing $1.2 million for individuals to utilize the active recreation services of municipalities, to me, I think we're getting a heck of a deal. And I'm thankful to the municipalities for not questioning what we've been willing to give you over the years. I think it's I'll say thank you for doing what you do. Because when you look at the budgets of the municipalities, they are significantly greater than $1.2 million, significantly. That doesn't even include what Councilman Audette mentioned a minute ago, capital cost. They got $115 million of cumulative capital projects on the books for the future that we're not contributing to. And I would think if the tables were turned and the county was the one providing these services to the municipal association, we would probably at some point say, this is not really a good deal for us. Our citizens really shouldn't be paying for the incorporated citizens only for $1.2 million. I don't think we would agree to that, but I can't speak for council members. I wouldn't agree to it. So that's for citizens in the unincorporated to participate in the incorporated activities for youth, adults, seniors, and those that are disabled. So then what we have in our budget for 7-1 forward is a 1.5 mil increase for all county citizens for passive recreation. That's the business we're in. The county is in the passive recreation business. That's Ebenezer Park, that's Allison Creek. Those are all the parks that we have here and those that will come in the future. Catawba Bend, if you haven't heard about Catawba Bend, I think it's shy of 2,000 acres out on the 3 miles on the Catawba River, significant piece of property. It's a gem for York County. Well, we got a lot of money we need to invest in Catawba Bend and other parks to get to the point where we can all get out there and enjoy those parks. So we have a 1.5 mil we're proposing in this year's budget that all citizens of the county would contribute to. That's about $2,955,000 that would be created from that 1.5 mil that we would use to invest in our parks. So then you back up, the 1.5 mil for the unincorporated area equates to about $1,750,000 total that's created. I'm not going to get into Lake Wiley right now. If we get to number 4, I'll talk about that, I guess. But I'm of the opinion, I agree with Councilman Audette. I say we keep the 1.5 in place now. The issue is figuring out how to allocate the money to the 7 municipalities, because in our budget for 2025-26, the money Lake Wiley gets, if I'm not mistaken, if I read it properly, is coming out of HSACs this year.
That's correct.
$400,000.
I've got some other comments, and I'll address that once I'm given the chance to talk.
So that's why I'm excluding Lake Wiley from this $1,750,000 number that's created from the unincorporated tax. So that means that we have a windfall of money there, 1.5 that's already in place, $24 per household, less than $24 per household. And then we passed the 1.5 countywide tax that we use to invest in our passive parks, which gets us moving down the road, getting Catawba Bend that we have a ton of money invested in. We on a faster scale, get to the point where that property is generating revenue to help offset the expense that we have invested in that piece of property. So I agree with Councilman Audette. I think we ought to keep the 1.5 unincorporated in place. We focus on how to distribute the money, and then the proposal out of committee was that we either fund capital expenditures or we fund a stipend. I want to go back. Capital expenditures, there's $115 million of proposed capital expenditures on the books for all cumulative for the municipalities. So 1.2 million, or whatever the number is going to be, towards 115, that's a drop in the bucket. So that doesn't really make any sense, right? We probably need to stay away from that obligation. But then you go back to the stipend. It's capital or stipend. And you go to the stipend, and I don't know if you all read the email that had the 7 attachments in it from the 7 municipalities talking about the per capita cost. If you look at that, I mean, quite frankly, I think we're running the risk of us not being in the position of saying, hey, we're willing to contribute $1.2 million towards y'all's budgets. And the municipalities may come back to us and say, hey, I really appreciate that, but it's really more than $1.2 million. Let me give you an example. York, South Carolina. They report 77% of the utilization of their parks and rec come from unincorporated residents, 77%. Their budget's $1 million. Last year, we gave them $212,000. That was in 2025. In 2023, we gave them $110,000. So we gave them more money because we should have given them more money. We should have given them more money in 2023 and 2024. But the discussion was a bit political for us in making the decision, so there's no rhyme or reason how the allocation was made necessarily. So I would focus on keeping it in place, asking staff to come up with a formula to distribute the money we're already collecting in this tax year, 1.5 mils to the unincorporated, and then establish with the municipalities how they're going to keep up with how many youth, adults, seniors, and those that are disabled, how they keep up with those 4 categories, how many are participating in those, so when we get to maybe April 30th of 2026, we say, okay, let's agree on what the reimbursement's going to be. And it's going to vary per municipality if you go through and read the data. I don't know how public that data is, but we all have it. I know that, because it's all different for each municipality. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
So just a few words, because I was prepared to talk about this in the next agenda item, but I think it's important to realize that when the rec tax was created, the county was not in the parks business. Whether that's passive, whether that's active, I think it's important to realize we now have a parks department. We have a number of parks that you would not find elsewhere that we're running or going to be running soon. So this really is about predictability, accountability, and being data-driven. So I know Councilmember Huckabee mentioned the allocations, but it was the municipalities that determined the allocations. I think it's important that the county be involved in determining those allocations based on actual unincorporated residents' usage. So in our management's recommendation, we've asked for actual data so that we could map that data, and that's what I provided each of y'all related to youth recreation. I think it's important to realize that unincorporated residents didn't get to choose what programs are offered by what municipalities. They're being charged the tax, but where is their voice in all of this? I think it's important to realize that each of these cities does work with a number of unincorporated residents. The town of Clover, in terms of youth recreation and the data that was provided, is twice the number of Rock Hill. York has just as many as Rock Hill in terms of youth recreation. So that's the importance of data and being data-driven and understanding the need and how we meet that need together. I think it's also important to see the number of kids that the Lake Wiley Athletic Association is serving, 2,700. If that didn't exist, we would have challenges. Those kids would be going over to Tahega K or elsewhere. So I do think it's important to realize that Field Day is managing some of these numbers too. And so management's recommendation was to utilize youth recreation registration data. And that's what we heard from y'all at the budget workshop. The committee has talked about some type of stipend. We tried to offer that forward as a recommendation. You have my memo that I sent last week. So if you do that, as we've looked at the fees, what our recommendation is $75 per unique registration. So when you look at all the fees that the cities charge, it's within the gamut between $50 and $100. So we wanted to make sure to offer the same amount to every municipality, no matter what they charge. So if an unincorporated youth goes and registers and they pay $50 or $100, we're committed to giving $75 for that. So they're paying, in theory, double for that service. I've talked to many of the managers. I know some of the, well, we got one manager and some parks directors here. We've had those conversations with the managers. I think it's a reasonable offer. I think it's important that the county has a say in this as well, and it's based on actual data. If y'all have ideas on other types of data you want to receive from the municipalities, by all means. But the report that Councilmember Huckabee's talking about is a 2-page report for each municipality that they provided. We're going to need more data than that, and that's why we asked for follow-up data. I think if you want to expand to other services, we would want to see the actual addresses of the registrants that we can verify. And so I think that there's an opportunity to adjust this, make it be tied to actual registrants, and have a further conversation at the same time.
Madam Chair, I want to go back because I never got finished saying what I was going to say before you cut me off because I mentioned Tom's name. Watts talks for 10 minutes, mentioned Tom's name 4 times. When my point is, going back with this rec tax, we've been at saying one more year for the last 4 years at least. We've tried and tried and tried to work something out, and when we ask for participation, ask for rec numbers or what have you, we seem to be getting a little pushback. And I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that the monies are going for what it was intended for, which was to offset the cost of county residents participating in municipality sports and programs. Now, this has turned into a money grab. You know, municipalities come up and say they got more programs, they got more fields, they got increased costs, they want more money. What we've said is we want the data to support the checks that we're sending to make sure that they're making sense at what it was intended for. And I know everybody gets uptight when you want to make a change because they think they're getting slighted. Well, we made changes to how the CVB operated. It worked out beautifully. We're looking to make a change to be transparent, accountable, and we're getting pushback. How do you get pushback when we're asking for transparency and accountability? I think we all should be wanting to stand behind that podium instead of just sending a check saying, do what you're going to do with it and turn the blind eye. I don't think that's what any of us want to do. And yeah, we've been getting phone calls from constituents saying how important these programs are to them. The money is not tied to any specific program. It's tied to supporting unincorporated participants into municipalities' programs. And I think if we can look past that and get past the emotional phone calls of people crying when they call you up saying they're going to cut this program, they're not going to offer this, or they're going to offer it and have to pay more. We're offering a solution to do exactly what the money was carved out to do, which was to offset the additional costs so that municipalities wouldn't charge county residents additional money to participate. And if that's the baseline of what it's for, we're getting back to doing that, just that very task of offsetting the cost so that our county residents don't pay any additional money. We don't control how many ball fields they produce. We don't control what programs they offer. And it's not the county's, it's not in our wheelhouse to offer programming or sports league. That's not a function of county government. Show me a county in the state that runs rec programming for countywide. There isn't one. So we can't use that as a, if we were doing, because it's not even being done. But what is being done is us offering municipalities a way to offset some of their costs. And I'll say it today to one council member that just because someone lives in the county doesn't mean they're not paying to support that program. because municipalities use hospitality tax to run those programs. And you can't tell me everybody that goes to Bojangles, McDonald's, Pizza Hut that's paying hospitality tax, those funds matriculate over into running these programs for some of these municipalities. So they're paying it indirectly, just like we may say a renter doesn't pay property tax. Well, that landlord charges whatever that tax is into that rental that eventually comes to the county to pay those taxes. But I think we're getting back to the basics of what this money was for. We can still achieve that by offering the $75 per registrant that participates. If that's going to be the focus of the program, we're still achieving that. But if we want to let it be a money grab, let's just continue to do it the way that we've been doing it and turn a blind eye to what the municipalities are doing with the money. And that's my comment.
Well, can I talk?
You're up.
Took a little bit of what I was gonna say there.
I'm kinda thinking a lot.
But yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, living out in the country, I mean, all us that live in the country, we go to the municipalities, pick whatever you want, and that's where we go and buy everything. So you can't say we don't pay into the municipalities. I mean, gas, everything, parts, everything. We do contribute to the municipalities. And right here, I got the minutes and I've got when the ordinance was wrote. And 2.03, it says York County Recreational Tax District is created and established for the purpose and the function for providing recreational services in and for the residents of the unincorporated area of York County, and the council is hereby authorized to exercise all powers and to perform all the functions and duties necessary or proper for the rendering of the recreational services in the unincorporated areas of York County. Then you step down under the section of 2.05, and you got list 1, which I won't read, but under 2, it actually says, select the site or the place within the municipalities or within the unincorporated areas of York County where within the recreational activities shall be conducted. So, to my point, back then, most of it was the kids playing softball or baseball. Now, I grew up in a time where we played either in the hayfield, the church, or we played at school. We didn't have all of this other stuff, and we sure didn't have no pickleball and all this here other stuff. And most of the old folks were sitting around watching us play. We didn't have all this other liberal art learning stuff, all this other stuff that's been added on over the years. So this I know didn't apply to any of that stuff. Now, as far as all the small municipalities in my district, I'm sure and I surely am hoping that whatever I do, I'm going to support them in what little bit they get. But I tell you what really troubles me, and maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it, is about a month and a half ago, it troubles me that something happened here in York County which concerned all of us as voting, and it involved closed primaries and open primaries. And I about didn't get an email or concern one about that. But whether you're talking about any parks or recreation, I have gotten hundreds of emails, hundreds of phone calls and everything. Why do we get all this consuming important things that to me seems like should be the most important matters, and yes, kids need to play and all, but it just overwhelms me that this is like making headline news, worrying people half to dadgum death, and something as important as whether you get the right to vote or not that playing and entertainment would take more precedence over it than your right to vote and all the other important things that we have going on. And it really bothers me whether the municipalities like it or anybody else that likes it in this room. Now, you can look at history or you cannot. But by George, the Roman Empire fell exactly through the same thing. You can read it if you want to and look at it if you don't want to. But playing and entertainment took them down, and I swear to goodness it's going to take this whole dang country down too, because all anybody cares about is convenience, technology, and playing and entertainment. Well, by George, them same youngins that are playing, you better be teaching them how to work and what is important in life. And that's all I got to say.
Okay.
Well, it's my rant, and I took it.
I know. And
I mean, dang, I'm tired of the hundreds of emails over whether little Johnny or Susie's going to get played. We ain't taking nothing from them.
I almost forgot what I was going to say, but I remember.
Ms. Cloninger.
Okay. So, two things that concern me. One is when we started this discussion, I went off of what our consultant that we paid good money to hear his thoughts on this whole situation. So if we're not going to ever listen to a consultant, then in the future, I'm never going to vote for a consultant. I don't care what it's on. I will not vote for a consultant. And so he had great information or thoughts about how to approach this. He was very concerned about the kids over adults, that they get the ability to play with their friends, and most of them were in leagues and things in a municipality. So I took his lead. And because I am of the age, I get Social Security, I'm going to admit that. And you just get all kinds of wonderful free things. When you all get there, you're going to love it. It's wonderful. You get silver sneakers. You can go in any YMCA in York County, and you get everything free. Free participation, free whatever. You even get a personal trainer free. So for everybody to be really concerned, and now I'm taking people who have disabilities out of this equation, but your basic older adults, I think that they can afford to go and play pickleball. If you can play pickleball and afford the equipment, then you can pay for it. But you're going to get it free if you go to a Y. And so the next thing is what I'm not in favor of, is I'm not in favor of the good people of York County who pay taxes and will be paying this 1.5 countywide tax being charged to go into our parks, except for two things. One would be a camper if you're camping out, because you got to have people to clean up that area, and you got to provide them with gas for their, their camper and everything. Or if you have a boat, because there's a lot of issues with boat ramps, they break down and so forth. But if you want to go in and hike, if you want to go in and ride a bicycle, or just walk around and look at things, I don't think you should be charged for that, because you're already being charged 1.5%. And I just think we need to be good stewards of the taxpayer money. And so that's my 2 points.
I think everybody's spoken except for me, right? Or because you made the motion.
Yeah, so
Andy.
And I agree with you. I think if there's going to be a countywide mill tax, that part of this budget that was added on to the existing one that had been there for years in regards to the value of what the municipalities are bringing, I don't think that on this new tax that residents should be charged to go into our parks if we're going to be layering on this additional taxation. So I do agree with you.
Let me just go and say I'm against the amendment that's spoken. Y'all have all heard me speak about it numerous times and know my feelings on it pretty heavily. The problem with having, with keeping the existing tax and having the second tax is it convolutes the taxes for the people. So people are going to look at their bill and they're going to go, wait, I'm paying a rec tax and I'm paying another tax that's paying for the same thing, and there's no differentiation between them. I mean, if we really want to do this and we want to increase the money, then get rid of the rec tax and just bump up the millage from 1.5 to something higher to pay for the additional parks instead of just using the hospitality tax for everything. But at this point, the concern I have is that we don't even know for sure how much more millage we would need to run all these parks and to do the things we want. So to get through this budget year, because as it was said before, this has been going on, at least from what I can tell, since 2018, that this comes up every year, it gets kicked around and makes it nowhere. But this year, we're going to do something about it, I hope. But the case is, you know, the 1.5 unincorporated area tax just needs to go away so that we can get it combined and not tied down as much as it is. One of the things that came up today was, or tonight, was there's $100 million in capital funding projects out there. Well, for one thing, we don't get a choice on what those projects are, and you know, I don't know that we need to actually pay for them. You know, if they choose to build them, that's okay. But the big thing is that's usually just a wish list. This is big items that we would like to have at some point in the future. I mean, where I work for a municipality or for a government entity, and we have capital plans too that are worth $50 to $100 million. But we don't have, I mean, yeah, we'd like to do it, but if we don't ever get there, it's not going to cause any catastrophic problems. You know, we've talked about that the municipalities would probably, if it was on the opposite foot, that we would be justifying why we needed more money. Well, to date, that I know of, there's not been any justification of why they need the money that they need for the things that they need and what they're using it for. It's just been, here's all the people we use and here's the money that we have. You know, I like it being tied down to the residents and the registrations so that we can be accountable, so that we have data, so that we can say, yes, you're doing this, no, you're not doing it. Maybe they are. Maybe we can find out that we actually have been getting by on them. Well, that's fine, and we can give them more money if that's what we've been doing. But until we have data that backs up that we're shorting them, you know, I don't want to just handle more money without the data. So I would like for that, you know, one of the things as a example of where we're at and why I have concerns is an email came in from a municipality this week or late last week. And in it, it says that they charge additional $30 registration fee for Mecklenburg County and Lancaster County residents. That's $30 above what they charge regular people. Later in that email, it says if we remove the funding, the county is going to have to pay at least $130 more in registration. Well, then that shows to me, or seems to me, that the county is currently subsidizing out-of-state residents and out-of-county residents to come and play at their facility. If they're only paying $30 currently and can survive, but if we remove all of our money, we're going to have to pay $130. So again, I don't find that helped their case at all on justifying that they needed the money or trying to scare us into giving them more money. But if we need more money for our parks department, then we should just increase the 1.5 mil tax, but get rid of the rec tax as it is. That's what I have to say.
All right, so I hate that this is the only issue that we're talking about. I mean, we have a big budget with a lot of important things in it, and this is this is the thing that just keeps, it's the gift that keeps on giving, and to me, it's the exact reason why something's got to change. So the old system's just not working. We can't keep having this conversation every year. And so I support management's position and the consultant that was hired and the recommendation from the HEP committee to eliminate the old tax, to put in a countywide tax. And here I'll say personally, I support our parks. I support our community having access to our parks. It needs to be done with transparency and accountability. I feel like our county council is very supportive of that. I think what ends up making problems is when folks get too territorial, and when folks start going out and asking and drumming up people to come and talk, and they don't even understand how it works. That's really not effective to me. I think that we can get to a good place if we continue to have conversations, but I cannot support the amendment to do what, in my mind, is a double tax. I do support what's currently in the budget. I think we should be able to work within that. I do think that, and I would ask for management to continue to seek out the verified addresses for the active programming. I think that that's important because a lot of times addresses, folks think that the old system only taxed unincorporated people for a city issue, but what we're finding is the addresses aren't what folks think they are. It has to be verified in order to understand the use and how many folks are using that. And so I really would encourage there to be sharing of the information, all of the information that has been asked for, so that we get a good handle of that, as well as the cost for the active programming aside from the rec. Because I think what happens is you start realizing, and I think there's a good way to fund parks, and that is through the HTAX funds, and trying to every city has their HTAX funding. My understanding was the city of Rock Hill operates their rec budget. I mean, they've touted it. Maybe I shouldn't call out one. That they're using that plus the fees to basically cover the full amount. And I think that's all we're trying to do, is to make sure that that we're good stewards of the taxpayer funds, that we identify where the needs are, and that we find a way to work within what's been proposed. And so I hope that everyone continues to share that information so that we can have some additional information as we progress. But the amendment is to increase it to build back in a 1.5 mil. So I do not support that. The issue before us now on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those, okay. All those who say no, aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
Aye.
Oppose.
All right, so that's 5-2. The amendment fails. Sorry. Do we have any other amendments?
Actually, 2 people didn't vote, so that would be a yes vote.
Who didn't vote?
Let's do a show of hands to clear it up.
Okay, so
Call for the vote again.
I asked who is supportive of the amendment? Who is not supportive of the amendment?
Now you have a vote.
Okay. Do we have any other amendments?
Yes, not necessarily an amendment, but a clarification. So what you all just passed was that we're going to make a contribution towards youth. And when you read the ordinance talks about, the ordinance speaks to the residents in the unincorporated areas of the county. The residents are youth, adults, seniors, and those that are disabled. But I just want to clarify, this council is saying that we're going to contribute towards the youth fee, but we're not going to contribute towards adults, seniors, or the disadvantaged, the disabled. Is that correct?
I think the motion stands for itself, that we're operating with the budget that's been there.
So then, and the budget
We're not
speaks
increasing
only
the
to
taxes.
youth. I'm not asking that. Excuse
That's
me, I
not,
don't mean to
but
be
the proper protocol
disrespectful.
is to make a motion, or, I don't think that's the proper
I'm clarifying
question.
what we just voted on, because I raised my hand, I didn't get to ask the question. So what passed is going to be an allocation for youth and no other category. Is that
I
correct?
think what passed is not to increase the budget 1.5 mils. The motion was to increase the budget 1.5 mils only on the unincorporated individuals. That motion failed. That's what the motion was. I would like to piggyback on one question on the, go ahead. there was a question that was brought up about the parks and access to the parks. I agree with the idea that we ought to find a way to allow residents of the county access to the parks without charging them any fees. I would ask that management look into that, if there is support from the council for the workshop to determine, and I'm fine with increasing out of county residents. I think it's like $4 to go to Ebenezer Park. That's one of the most desired parks. I think our residents should have first choice to go there. I'm fine with that price being $25 for out of county. I'm looking to staff to come up with a proposal. And again, I recognize that, you know, if you're going to drop off a boat or if you're renting things, that's a different scenario. But when it comes to just, I want to go and enjoy the trails, I would like for staff to come up with some options on that.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
So I really went through the fees in great detail there, and I agree with allowing residents of the county free access to the facilities, including boats, because we don't currently charge separately for that. It's not a separate type item. But what I did notice is that the delta between residents and non-residents on rentals and campsites and things of that was not very much. So in theory, the residents are paying more than non-residents for those facilities. By the time we pay our taxes and whatnot, I would really, I would look to increase the non-residential fees. I mean, the difference between $21 and $24 for a campsite is, I mean, we're all paying more than that in taxes for it. So out-of-county residents are they're getting by on our backs. So I would really look at those fees.
All right, do we have any other?
clarification, if I'm hearing your motion correctly, you're going to reduce for county residents the entrance fees, and you're asking that we offset that by raising the fees for Allen County to try to stay neutral revenue-wise. Was that the intent of the motion?
We don't have a motion on the table. We're asking management to come up with options for us to consider at the workshop.
We're happy to look at that and bring information at the workshop.
Do we have any other amendments or proposals?
Yes, I'd like staff to take a look at the H-tax. Going back to discussions over the last 2 years, part of the issue we had with distributing the rec tax was because Lake Wiley argued that they were paying a 1.5% unincorporated tax, and they had more restaurants than any other area because they're unincorporated on Highway 49, and they were paying most of the tax into the H-tax. So the H-tax, I used to chair H-tax, and when I chaired H-tax for the county, that money was used to immediately generate tourism in the area where the H-tax is created. So I'd almost suggest that we go back and take a hard look at where we're investing those H-tax dollars, and are we investing those back in the area where you actually generate tourism. I realize in the future we're going to generate tourism at Catawba Bend, and I'm all about pushing Catawba Bend through all phases and getting it up and running completely. But I don't believe that was the intent of the H-tax money when that was adopted from the state of South Carolina. So I would encourage us to go take a look at, ask staff to look at H-tax, and let's reevaluate where we're investing that money, and then where you're seeing a shortfall, let's figure out where we're going to make that up for Catawba Bend.
Well, what I would add, and I'll let Kevin add to this as well, the future of funding parks is dependent on H-tax already. We need H-tax, and we need this additional millage to run our parks into the foreseeable future. So it's hard for us to look and say we should use H-tax somewhere else, because our funding model for the next 10 years requires H-tax to be dedicated to parks. So that's the basic premise. So once H-tax pays off debt for our parks, y'all have talked about new parks you want to build. How are we going to afford that? There is future capital and future debt that we need H-tax for. It's $4 million a year. I'd let Kevin add to that.
Yeah, with the purchase of the Catawba Bend property, County Council pivoted from the H-tax committee. That committee was disbanded, and the H-tax now was primarily initially for the capital needs of the parks. we're actually getting a good place now. We're able to use some of that for the operation. But that H-tax is a critical component, just as municipalities use the H-tax and accommodation tax to support their parks. That's going to be a key element of the park funding that we have. I think y'all emailed out a chart of where our expenditures are coming out there. We've got about $4.4 million of H-tax that's helping pay for everything. And again, I remind everybody, this year we're voting on right now in 26 coming up, that y'all are going to vote on tonight, first reading of. We're actually spending more than we're taking in. We're having to dip into some H-tax reserves as well as some of 1420 reserves because we're trying to get our biggest park opened. After that, we're going to be on, you know, with what the budget has in it right now, we'll be in a good position until 2033, and we can reevaluate when that debt's paid off. We'll have opportunities to reevaluate and pivot. So I think the H-tax is a key component to keeping our parks heading in the direction they're heading. And, you know, I think the way that it's incorporated in this budget is very much in line with what council has done the last several years.
We're also in, in the recommended budget, adding a position to promote events. We are the biggest funder of the CVB, which is focused on tourism. So we're going to make sure that we're utilizing our parks to generate revenue based on events. And we haven't done that before, but it's important that we utilize our spaces for the things that people want to use those spaces for and make money that we could then support those spaces with, just like the municipalities do.
So what we're saying is then is in the H-tax ordinance or the bylaws, the creation of H-tax, there is a provision. I guess when I was on H-tax, we allocated money towards capital projects. So you're saying it's okay to allocate 100% of the money towards capital projects versus investing in tourism. I guess it is okay. We wouldn't be able to do it because the state wouldn't allow us to do it. Yeah. Okay.
Are there any other amendments to propose on the budget?
I looked through the budget and I was looking for the clarification where we mentioned paternity leave and bereavement. I just wanted to read it to understand what it said. Where can I find that?
And there's actually an agenda item to talk about that as well. So I'm happy to talk about that.
So we are going to cover that
in a couple. It's in the personnel ordinance.
Yep.
One of the things we are doing is reviewing the personnel ordinance to put some of these policies in an actual policy outside of the ordinance. But we're handling that separately. We talked about it at the February budget workshop, and I'm happy to talk more at length about those items in 2 agenda items.
Last thing I wrote down was fee and capital improvements. So water and sewer is an example. If you have a tap fee, you have to pay a tap fee to commercial or residential for water and sewer. I just would like this added to our list of items. We talked about adequate public facilities and beginning to fill these buckets for other needs long-term. So when an area develops, it creates a future expense, and I'd like to see us setting that money aside to cover those expenses so the taxpayers don't have to do that all at one time when it's time to expand a road or put red lights in or put sidewalks in or stoplights or whatever else, fire, sheriff, water, sewer, and the like.
I think I saw, did I not see there was an impact fee study under planning and?
That's correct.
But
So is that what that's going to cover?
is that broad enough to cover what I'm asking for, though? I saw that.
We have to study it to figure out what we can and cannot do, and then propose to y'all what your options are. So that study is the first step, yes.
So it's not traditional impact fee for land and improvements for a school. This is more broad for our needs.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. If there are no other amendments, we're back to the main motion, and that is to approve first reading of the budget. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Raise your hands for opposing. First reading of the budget passes 5-2. Thank you. Item 4, council to provide first reading by title only of an ordinance to abolish the special tax district known as the York County Recreation Tax District in York County effective as of December 31st, 2025, as described more particularly herein, to specify the time and application of final levy of taxes for the operation and maintenance of York County Recreation Tax District, to provide for the winding down and cessation of operations of the York County Recreation Tax District as an administrative division of the county, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Motion to deny.
Approve.
Second.
Which one you seconding?
Do, y'all, can we do this? Is there anything that management needs to add before we have a motion?
I shared all my comments in the
Okay.
previous item.
The first motion I heard was to deny. I don't know what the second was for.
Second was for deny.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'll jump in.
We don't have to discuss it. We beat this to death. I
Well,
mean,
y'all trying to deny it?
No, we're just trying to stick with our principles, so.
Well, just vote against what we're here to do.
Just call for the vote then.
No, I'm gonna make my point. I'm gonna make my point. So, you know, like I said, we've been going through this year after year after year. And I know people don't want to see change. Only thing this is doing is giving us an opportunity to do something different, to be more transparent, to be more accountable. Whether you like it or not, change is gonna happen. And I assure you, and I've said this many, many times on council the last 14 years, if it doesn't work out the way we think it's supposed to work or gonna work, we can always come back and do something different. But if we continue to do the same thing and expect the different results, you've heard the saying, we just want a chance to do something different. And I assure you, if I'm still here on council, and if it's not working, we'll go back and readjust midstream again. But we got to give ourselves a chance to do something different, because we have been getting the same results because we've been doing the same thing, and we're not happy with it. That's my comment.
So I got a quick comment here. We're not going into active rec. Okay, we're not building any ball fields. We're not building any soccer fields. Municipalities built them. They've done what we've funded this for over 10 to 20 years, this program, and allowing the opportunity for the people that are incorporated to have it going to these beautiful parks that have ball fields and soccer fields, et cetera. And part of their programs where they hire coaches and they're out there supporting these programs, the municipalities have stepped up for 15, 20 years. They've done it. They've supplied it. We could never afford what they've done at all. We're not going in the active rec programs. We're not. But yet we just pulled away the funding source that they've had for 15 to 20 years. It's again, we need to deny this.
Let me just reiterate that we are not removing funding. We're just reallocating it in a different manner that is easily trackable and accountable to all the residents, to us, and to just make sure that we are transparent. We are not removing the funding. It is still included in this budget. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it should be every county kid, when they register, their names wrote down. If they live in the county, outside of the city, they get credited for it, and their money's there.
Yep.
That's simple. Each one is credited for that money. I mean, if they can't run their parks just because the county kids, that don't even make sense. That don't even add up.
Aren't they paying already, the kids,
They
a
still
fee?
pay something.
Not the one we're paying. They're paying a fee.
They're still paying a fee. And that fee's not going away.
And
Still
that
right.
fee's not going
That fee's
away,
not
and
going
then we're adding a fee.
We're adding additional monies to what they're already paying.
Right.
So this will be my last comment on this topic. So this is just the way I see it. We're the customer. And what do customers normally do? They go buy their product where they want to, or they don't buy it at all, right? We're the customer. The customer doesn't set the price. So what we don't know where the price is going to be set. We have no idea. We don't know the rules of the game yet. But I'm guessing by the end of third reading or sometime after, we'll know the rules of the game, because we're the customer. We don't set the rules necessarily. We'd like to, but that's not the way it works when you're the consumer.
Well, staff said they will send $75 per child per registrant, so we know what we're getting in for. We're in for $75 per registrant.
So that's our idea. So we're throwing that out there for y'all to consider, that the county could contribute $75 per youth recreation registrant. That obviously is up to the municipalities if that's something they want to do. But I do think that the customers are actually the unincorporated youth. So I think that is different. A lot of places, North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, the counties aren't in the recreation business. There's clear lines of delineation. I understand this is a historical item, but we have a parks department now, and we're trying to fund our own parks, which is why it's important that we talk about this. So thank you.
I will say this, all due respect, in our fee schedule, we do have a fee for youth, adult, seniors, and it says handicapped in our fee schedule for the county for the non-residents. So I'll just,
Yeah, and so it's separating these two things, and I think this, you brought this up earlier, I think that's a separate conversation. So if y'all are interested in adding the type of activities that you want to contribute to, we can have that discussion. What I was trying to do was start the conversation with the baseline. Y'all asked county management to develop an idea for a stipend. If y'all want to discuss what types of activities, lifelong learning, other things, pickleball, we're happy to discuss those, but as we engage with y'all, the input you shared, as we've been talking about this for some time, was to focus on youth recreation, and so that's what we did. We're happy to look at others. Now, it's important to remember, the more you include, the less money that the county has for the parks that we're opening and the staff that we need. And so that's where this goes back and forth. As your manager, what I'm asking you for is a budget that helps fund our parks first, and then allows us to engage with the municipalities. But I know that there's some potential implications to that.
in all due respect, and I have a ton of respect for you, it seems that the step would have been to go to the municipalities and have a conversation with them on what they think the stipend should be, because when you read through the 7 attachments they sent us and the per capita cost, it varied for all 7. So it seems like that would have been the logical step, and then we could have backed into a budget number that way.
Well, one thing I'll share, and I think this is a better conversation offline, council member, but I have talked individually with each manager. So as the manager, I don't reach across like I wouldn't want y'all to reach down in my organization to another organization's department director, okay? So when I'm engaging with another organization, I'm engaging with the manager. So I have talked to every single manager on the phone multiple times. Each of them have different ideas. That's what makes this so hard, okay? There's not one answer to this. And you've mentioned, one of y'all mentioned what Tiga K shared is what they would charge. I've had the number quoted of 3 times the fee. I've had the number quoted as twice the fee. Everybody's different. This county is great because we have so many different places. I've heard some of the smaller towns say they can't charge more because their folks can't afford it. So that's why they charge $50 to $60, where other towns can charge $75 to $100. Everybody's different here. We want to celebrate that. We want to be a partner, but it makes it very hard to determine one solution that everybody's going to be happy with. So what we try to do is meet in the middle on the 75. That, in theory, is double the fee, which seems reasonable. But if that doesn't work, we can re-engage and talk more about it. But I have talked with every single manager multiple times. We've met with the parks directors. And part of talking about hard things is hearing both sides of the story. And I think it's important that the county have a seat at the table, which we haven't historically. This is a county tax, and the county didn't speak into the allocation. It's important that the county speaks into the allocation.
Can I call for the vote?
Can I say one thing?
Can I
Just
call
to-
for the
The
vote?
motion, we still have to vote for, if there's a call for the vote, you still have to have 2/3 of the votes to do that. So I would just say, I think everybody's spoken that wants to speak. Have they?
Well, I got something I could say, but I don't know if I.
All right. I mean, I think everyone's spoken that wants to speak. And what I'm hearing is that we have to do something different. We have to start working together. This is the best way to approach that. I support management's position on this, and I know that we'll have continued discussions on it. I do think that it's critical to make sure that the data is shared fully. All those in favor say aye.
What-
It-
wait,
I'm sorry,
wants to
I'm
deny.
sorry.
Yeah, his
The
motion
motion on
to
the
deny.
table is to deny. All those in favor of denial, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion fails. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any
Any
discussion?
discussion?
I'm scared.
Yeah, discussion, don't you? Let's move on. Let's call for the vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 5-2. Move now to item number 5. Council to provide first reading by title only of an ordinance to amend Chapter 33, Personnel, in order to clarify sick leave and sick leave bank usage addressed in Section 33.072 to provide for parental instead of maternity leave under the parameters established in Section 33.073, to create new Section 33.074 establishing and addressing bereavement leave, to incorporate parental leave into family medical leave in Section 33.078, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. We're leaving. We got people leaving. Do we need to take a break?
Let's do it.
Yeah, we
All right, let's take a
7 minutes.
5-minute break.
minutes.
Right before the break, council, I read item number 5 in new business. And is there anything that management wants to provide before we make a motion?
Yes, real quick, and I can actually forward y'all the PowerPoint from our February budget workshop. I should have done that previously, I apologize. But in February, during the compensation and benefits budget workshop, we shared with y'all 3 new additions of leave that we'd like to add. Because the personnel ordinance is separate than the budget ordinance, we needed to run this in conjunction with the budget ordinance. So what we're asking for is the opportunity to add three types of leave. First, we don't currently have bereavement leave, which is very typical for organizations. So we'd like to add bereavement leave of up to 3 days for death of an employee's spouse, child, or parent. So that's one thing we'd like to add. Currently, folks are taking different types of leave for funerals and other things like that. We'd like to add parental leave of up to 30 days for birth or adoption of a legal dependent child. And that's something that we don't currently have. So folks are either taking sick leave or other types of leave in FMLA. We'd also like to modify the sick leave bank to make it more flexible so employees could use it for severe illnesses of their spouse, child, or parent. Those are 3 items. Happy to talk more at length or talk more at the workshop if y'all are interested.
Yeah, all right. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, just on parental leave, we have no days for parental leave now, but it's going from 0 to 30.
Yes, so folks are taking sick leave typically is what they're doing now, then obviously FMLA. So I think that's the current one. What we're looking to do is create a parental leave. I could give you more details about what we have and at a later date, but yes, we're trying to add parental leave.
I would suggest, I'm gonna vote yes for this tonight, but I would ask that staff get with us and show us what sick leave's about. Because we do have a very generous sick leave policy, it allows you to accumulate a lot of hours of sick leave. I'm not saying we shouldn't approve any of this or all of this. I'm just saying you might want to get an education on what the sick leave is. So you make an informed decision on what you're voting on, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, you want to share?
I think to address your point, Mr. Huckabee, we just can't call out on sick leave. You're out of
I
day,
understand.
that's fine. Then you've got a doctor's note, so there are controls in place to make sure this is not abused.
So I'm just suggesting, share with staff, council at a workshop what the sick leave entails, so they understand they're getting this and they're getting this.
We'll put
And
that
they're
in the
getting,
follow-up
I think
report.
we
Yes, sir.
lead the state with 13 paid holidays, I think, if I'm remembering right. Anyway, we probably need a review of all that, just so you understand the cumulative give that our staff's earning, which is a good thing. We should be generous to our staff.
I do have a question concerning what we have in place now, since we're being told that staff uses sick leave to cover some of these instances. Are we looking to do call it a sick leave now? Will they be getting paid for this leave, or this is a non-paid? I understand
Yes,
bereavement
so-
is a paid, bereavement should be a paid day.
Right, so these are going to be paid days off, yes. So we do have some level of maternity leave now. This would be expanding it to parental leave. But in terms of the cost is going to be that folks are not at work, right? So this is allowing them to take time off that's pretty much in line with what other organizations do. And so the cost really is that they're not at work at that time.
Well, I can definitely see the bereavement being a paid. Is it typical for employer to pay when someone adopts a child to be off?
Yes.
Is that?
Oftentimes that's included when there's a leave for
Okay.
parental. Yep.
I guess.
Because some people are adopting instead of having their own kids.
Okay.
I certainly support the bereavement. I think that's no question.
Yeah.
When we had the workshop, I thought that was the one area that was brought up. I don't remember these others. I would like to have more specifics on
Right.
that. And leave. I'll support first reading on this, but I would like to have more details on that. And if you're saying this is typical, I live in the private world and we don't offer that kind of support. And I just want to know how it's going to impact the county operations.
And what it would cost us to. So, Mr. Madden, quick question. We cannot, the state won't allow us to convert sick leave into PTO, will they?
No, sir.
Yeah. All right.
Well, let me
Yeah,
just say.
I'd like more information on this total topic, though. so
And
we
I'd
can
also
make an
like to
educated
know,
decision.
in the course of bringing that up, I'd like to know the county's policy on paying out leave as well, and how that impacts that. I don't know that we need to be, we need to look out for the taxpayers too, and creating an opportunity. And I mean, those are issues that I think that need to be fully shared.
Completely agree. I think if you're thinking more holistically in a more holistic conversation, you know, the county attorney and I heard that loud and clear last year about this time. We have an outside attorney that's helping us develop an updated personnel ordinance. And so I would think these more holistic conversations should occur as we're recommending changes to the personnel ordinance. What I try to do with our HR director is look at our peers and think about low-hanging fruit for additions to our employees on the things that they would find meaningful but at low cost. And so that's what these three things are. The more holistic conversations I would encourage not to have as part of the budget process, but to have when we bring that personnel ordinance to committee and to y'all with our recommendations for changes. We're doing a comprehensive review, a holistic review, and I would think those conversations are better for that process.
I guess my question is why wouldn't that be brought up in the holistic process, this in particular?
Well, and this is what I'm going to do every year as part of the budget process. In the workshop, we're going to have a budget and compensation and benefits conversation to let y'all know what we're thinking about in terms of new benefits or things that we're planning on tweaking. So we want to make sure that we're having those additions and subtraction conversations as part of the budget process. In terms of the broader personnel ordinance, I think updating the ordinance is going to establish a lot of those things and give you all the opportunity to speak into it.
Yeah, I think
We could wait on some of these till that happens, if that's what council wants us to do. That's
I would
definitely
like to
y'all's
do it
option.
holistically, but I mean, I think whatever memo you're going to provide to council, please make it in layman's terms. Like, this is what exists now. Now we're looking at, is paid leave of this amount, how much that's going to cost, how it impacts the sick leave bank and the PTO. I think we're struggling to, you've heard from council on that.
Yeah, this is low cost and potentially high impact for the employees that will get the benefit. So that's what we're trying to do. But we can put that on paper for y'all.
I wholeheartedly support it. I have it where I work, and, government entities and government employees don't get paid nearly what the private sector does, but we do get a little bit better benefits. And
I don't know about that. These government people's making some good money.
I
We're
don't
not
be
going there.
surprised with that.
But,
Yeah, I don't agree with
you
that.
know, our, it just makes for higher morale, keeps turnover down. It costs a lot to train people, and just having people come in and out. So I really do support having those benefits for the employees.
I support first reading. All those in favor? Say
Aye.
aye. Any opposed? All right, council to consider first reading by title only, an ordinance to amend the code of the County of York, South Carolina, Chapter 153, Sections 153.31A and B for the purpose of restructuring the membership of the Economic Development Board, to prescribe the new composition of the board, to set out the transition period for members and terms, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Yes, Madam Chair, Council, this is a follow-up from committee. So as items come out of committee, similar to the dissolving of the rec tax item earlier this evening, they're going to come to y'all on the agenda. We're bringing them through staff reports first, and y'all always have the option of saying, hey, let's send that back to committee, or let's do X, Y, or Z first. But if y'all don't share that, then we're going to continue on through this process. So that's what's before you tonight. Our Economic Development Director is here and has a PowerPoint to share if y'all are interested, as you brought that up, but that's going to be based on how the conversation goes, and that's up to y'all. So we are prepared to answer any questions or have any conversation y'all want to have.
I'd like to suggest that we allow our Economic Development Director to present his PowerPoint.
I second.
That was the plan.
All right.
Don't stutter.
I will share that he went last during that workshop, so I'm apologizing that you're going last again, Mitch, but thank you for being here.
Well, I hope you're okay with this. My son has been watching at home and has asked a lot of pointed questions about everything that you've all discussed tonight, and I've tried to answer to the best of my ability. So would love to say hello to Sam at home, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you all for your support earlier tonight too as well. Quickly, just in the interest of time, wanted to quickly touch on the ED fund. This was a part of the conversation that we had at the last workshop that we didn't really get to dive into, and we had a more in-depth conversation with the Economic Development Committee. And I want to walk through this because specifically this, I believe, can relate directly to restoring this Economic Development Board and some targeted initiatives that could be part of the mission. And so, as we talked about the ED fund at the last ED committee, really based off of conversations that I've had with each of you all individually, what I heard at the workshop, and also the survey results, we're able to really point into 5 key targeted areas that we could see initiatives being driven from that I think this Economic Development Board can really focus on and provide guidance to. Focus on wage growth, community investments and long-term vision, small business support, workforce development, and enhanced mobility and quality of life. I'm going to quickly go through each of those, and feel free to ask any questions you may have tied to that. Wage growth is one that I've heard from each and every one of you that's really important. You want to see higher wages come to the area, and really what we broke this down and looking at with the ED committee at the last meeting is why is that important, and then trying to work with not just that committee, but when a board is established, how we're going to go about doing these things. And so right now the how is a blank canvas, but I do want to talk to the importance of the why. As we look at wage growth, I think it would be very prudent for this committee and for the board to really look at what do we want to grow the annual wage by a certain percentage by the next 5 years, and really look at ways to improve the standard of living, but also enhancing economic growth. Community investments is another one, really looking at being intentional with future investments to focus on strategic land development, infrastructure, and addressing the needs for the future. This falls right in line with the ED fund and the actual motion that came out to what to use the ED fund for. This helps us as we look at resiliency as a community, but also future infrastructure needs. And I apologize for this not lining up. This was not done in PowerPoint, but that bugs me. So I'm sorry for the words overlapping there. Small businesses, really looking at creating a health index, working with our municipalities to understand what's important to them. So if Rock Hill has some needs that are really important to them that may differ from Fort Mill, that we can actually work with the municipalities and see about what we can do to support them in their efforts to create a good small business community. Again, that helps us with economic growth and community resiliency as well. Workforce development, looking to aim to increase educational attainment of individuals earning at least an associate's degree by a certain percentage over the next 5 years. Again, I think this is something we can work in partnership with some of our workforce agencies, York Tech, Winthrop, and others as well. And that's going to help us as we look to attract talent and investment into the community. And then last, enhanced mobility. I think I've heard this from each and every one of you all about there's a lot of traffic. I experienced the traffic trying to get here today. I was 15 minutes late because of it. One of the things that's come up, though, that I think is extremely important that we can focus in on and find partnering organizations and allies is looking at ways that we can talk about town center growth, having mixed-use developments that can incorporate jobs, places that people can go and shop and eat and also live. That way it keeps people confined in one area or can get from point A to point B without ever getting in their car. And really looking at over the next 25 years to say we want to extend X amount of trails connecting parts of this community so we have enhanced mobility and different options in terms of people for transportation. I say all that to say as you look at this Economic Development Board, I think the mission and the purpose is really what is the most important thing. And as I hear everything from each and every one of you all about what you want to see this community be over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, I think this board can help do that. Provide oversight and also support from not just an agency standpoint, from an expertise standpoint as well with who you decide to put on this board. As we look at membership, I'll just say this, I do think it's important that the municipalities be at the table. I think as we will look to work with them, they've got to be a key partner and we have to work hand in hand. It opens up opportunity for different funding streams, but also to this collaboration at its highest level. That's all I have, and I'm happy to address any questions you all may have.
I have a couple questions, please. So when was the Economic Development Board first established? Anybody know?
That's a great question, but I do believe their last meeting probably was in 2021. 2021, 2022.
So I guess I'm trying to build up to this board and
Passed
I think
in
it was before- well, before
1979.
19.
Passed in 1979.
So this board,
March 5th, 1979.
in theory, ran for 40 years as it's set up, but then was disbanded. For what reason was it disbanded?
I know that there's been some amendments. Our county attorney might be able to speak better to that than I would. But as far as why it was disbanded, I'm not quite sure what the purpose and reason was. Maybe council members who were here at that time might be able to speak to that better. I will say, though, that it is very odd that we don't have a board. And I'm used to having that level of accountability, but also to just, I think any community has some type of governing board or committee that beyond just council members that would work with.
Okay, so if we,
And I can speak a little bit to why it went away. I think over time, obviously, history, there's a reason it starts, and then things change. One of the things that changed here was the growth partners were created. And I think it confused kind of who was doing what, role clarity, whose job it was to advise in this. And so you had two groups. And I think what Mitch and I have tried to do since we've been here, and we started around the same time, is better understand who needs to be doing what and what council's vision is. So there was a lot of back and forth historically about, are we going to move to a different model of economic development? Are we going to spin economic development out? Is it going to be a public-private partnership? And we heard loud and clear from y'all that you didn't want us to do that, right? So that changes how things are set up. I think that over time, if I'm just looking at what occurred, people stopped appointing people to the ED board. And so there was literally nobody on the board, right? And so that's when it dissolved, was when there was nobody on it. Why that happened, we can't necessarily speak to because we weren't here. But what we're trying to do is create something that's an advisory board to help the Economic Development Department be successful in accomplishing their mission that y'all set before them. So we need an advisory board to help Mitch and his team successfully recruit and retain businesses to York County.
okay, so we had a board that was in place for 40 years that then kind of lost its way. Why can somebody explain why we think it needs to be just council selected members instead of the full board like it was?
If I'm not mistaken, didn't we have wasn't it like 18 people on that board?
The
Yeah,
board
so
has
he was,
changed,
like,
since I've been on
really
here, the
big.
board, there's been several iterations. I mean, there was a request by when Swenson first came in, I think he came in a year before I got here, the board structure was different. Then the recommendation was, hey, that's too big, 18's too many. Then there was a proposal to go to the PPP. That didn't work because the problem was there was an attempt to, I think there was a perception at least, that there was a private group that was
Self-serving
attempting to make-
interests.
Right.
What's
So
the PPP?
Public-private partnership is what they called it, but I'm not really sure I would quantify it as that. I mean, we're kind of going off script on how we approach it. That's my recollection of it. I know that the committee, when we met, and I know that Watts had a different opinion on this, the committee's recommendation was, let's go ahead and identify get one person per district and start there. I think there was I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to short circuit this because we do have an executive session, is that
I'm with you.
we need to have other folks from other areas, and so that's really the question that council has to decide, is where do we start? And I think to Josh's point, the question was, what are we asking this board to do? And are they going to be taking a look at these questions instead of us?
Madam Chair, so as I prepare for our committee meetings, I have a call with our Director of Economic Development and Mark Ferris, our consultant. And what I asked them to do after our last call was to take this ordinance that was written March 5th, 1979, over 56 years ago, take the ordinance and attempt to revise it. So considering it's 9:22 tonight, we still have to go into executive session, I don't think we need to rush through this conversation. I'd like to have our Economic Development Director to come back and actually go through the revisions to the ordinance, because just like us, we're reevaluating what industries we'd like to bring into York County, right? We've already reevaluated how we're going to invest the funds out of the ED fund. We're going to make that recommendation to council, right? I think we owe it to him for him to present the updated version of the ordinance for us to consider. So you at least know, if you haven't read the ordinance from 1979, I would encourage you to read it. And then after you read it, then I think the suggestions that he's prepared to share might make sense.
Well, and just kind of talk about process here. What the committee voted on was the number of seats.
Mhm.
So I would never ask staff to draft an ordinance without feedback from y'all. So what Mitch and I and the county attorney are looking for tonight is some feedback from y'all. We're not going to go and work on an ordinance without knowing what y'all want us to do. So to me, one proposal might be, y'all have before you the number of seats. You can vote on that, or you can send this back to committee where the committee can inform us on what they want to see in the ordinance. But it's hard for us just to determine what the ordinance should say without getting feedback from y'all. That's what this process is supposed to point to, is conversation and feedback from y'all.
Yeah, so in regards to the committee, in the discussion was, the outcome was that we had voted on doing one per district from a balance perspective. I think too that we did have discussions around, because when you look at some of the other groups out there that had contributed in the past, there's value in those groups. Definitely is value. So, my mindset on this thing was the fact that we balance it out one per district, and then we have they can kind of oversee their own little subcommittee, and they can bring on whoever they need to as consultants for that one committee. So you keep it balanced on the top, and then the lower level has a subcommittee with all kinds of people that maybe had been before or there, but I think you can get bounced in and get feedback from. That's my thoughts on it.
I think, as someone who sat on the committee, what I would suggest is that we go ahead and I don't know that we need to keep coming back to the full council to understand from council. You can support one person per district as the starting place, move forward with that, and then, if there are subcommittee discussions, but I think,
I'll make a
we need to
motion.
move the ball.
I'll make a motion.
Can I say what I want?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Atkins? Yeah, we really need a motion to start
Correct
talking.
me. But if we do one per council member, couldn't the chamber, isn't there a chamber for each one in each district also? Couldn't that be your sub?
There's two, and when you start talking about, do you want utility providers? Well, if so, which ones? If you want to have the education ones, then you have to say, so what? And then it gets big. So I do think that there's value in having those things. That was the conclusion, and the recommendation from the committee was, let's at least have 7 seats, create the board, and then if there's anything that needs to be done beyond that in terms of the subcommittee, at least you've got equal representation from the council on that. So.
Yeah, and what I'm pointing y'all to is the membership of the board is a small part of the ordinance. There's a section about purpose and objectives, and I think that's where we really need y'all's help to define the purpose and objectives of the board, because that will help us better understand what it should look like. And I think that's the conundrum here. We know we got to do work on the overall ordinance, but we heard feedback on one portion of it at the committee.
So I'll make a motion to deny the recommendation coming from the ED committee. And you want me to revise the motion? You want me to give my motion, or do you just want me to, you want to do that and go into discussion first?
Motion on the table is to deny the recommendation from the committee.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Have it. Okay. So I move to reject the proposal from the Economic Development Committee, and I'd like to offer the following into consideration. Okay, move to approve first reading by title only. While rejecting the recommendation of the committee. I feel like I'm getting married. And providing the following feedback. So I think we ought to focus on, I'd like to suggest that we consider focusing on the targeted initiatives that were just laid out and what was presented to us. That was wage growth, community investments, and vision. This all came from the feedback from this council. The small business support, workforce development, these are the categories, and enhanced mobility, quality of life. So when we go back through those, it would be my suggestion that we consider a member under wage growth, a member from the corporate office and headquarters sector. So you'd have one member from headquarters and corporate office, one member from higher education, ex officio seats from our municipal governments to include Clover, TKK, Fort Mill, Catawba Nation, Rock Hill, York. A member from the growth partners, a member from real estate, architectural, and engineering service sector, an individual that owns a small business in York County, a member who supports small business or entrepreneurial efforts in York County, a member from the banking community, a member from York Tech, Winthrop Clinton College, the manufacturing sector, a member who owns or operates an active farm in York County, a member from the Catawba Lands Conservation Board.
How many board, oh, let me get a second person.
We had 18 in the original board.
How many you got
And
there?
we could reduce that, but those are the sectors that,
So that's your motion.
yes.
All right, is there a second?
Confused.
Motion fails for a lack of second. Is there another motion?
Motion to approve as stated.
Second.
So I understand the motion is to approve one council member per district and to move forward with,
So, okay.
come on,
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got opinions. So I would ask that if you're going to go to one member per district, that it could be a business owner in a district. It could be a citizen in a district. They don't have to live. They just have to, they have a business in the district, or they could be a citizen in the district.
Well, you have to reside in the district.
Otherwise,
to
I
get
feel like
appointed by district.
we are potentially moving towards a politically activated board.
Oh, it's gonna be.
Well, I think that's where our subcommittee comes in, Watts. I think you can load, all the people you mentioned earlier would be perfect for a subcommittee, I think. Yeah.
I think it goes back to then looking at the purpose of the board that our county manager mentioned. And when you look at the purpose of the board is to provide a board of professionals that can provide advice and guidance to your economic development director and his staff.
and effectuate the vision that's been adopted by, the council. But do we have a motion and a second? I'm sorry, I'm getting lost. Okay, motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
I just want to make, if we can start with 7, and can it not be open-ended to obviously add more if needed in determining if we wanted a specific industry? But I think starting out, there's no way we can start out by saying we need to start out with 18 board members to get started. It could be a way that, like, work in a subcommittee or whatever the board feels that they would need to assist them, assist you. I think the one per district, and I don't think being specific to say they have to be a business owner, but I do know you have to live in the district to be appointed by that district to serve. So you can't just own a business in that district and be appointed to it, to the committee.
So you're asking for an amendment to include a business owner in the
No, I'm saying
district?
you can't specify that that you can own a business in District 4 and now be appointed. You have to reside in District 4 because it's based
The
on
motion on the
residence.
table is to approve one member per each district, and any of these appointees have to be approved by the full council. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is that the motion does not contain any constraints to it.
Right.
If folks think that there need, I mean, obviously, um, that can be something that we talk out further in terms of, we certainly don't want folks who are, who we don't think are going to be able to follow through with the objectives. So somebody who's suing the county obviously wouldn't be in a position, we shouldn't be putting them on there. Someone who's, you know, got a direct financial interest in what's going on. But I do think someone who's familiar with business, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to having a little bit, but I think in some role, that's the council member's responsibility to make sure if they want this board to be working well and active, is that you choose someone who's going to be willing to work and help Mitch do the job that we need to do. So that there's some accountability on the council members on that.
Well, in that case, we need to, I would suggest we update our board, how we choose and how long they stay in, to have a way to get rid of board members that aren't doing what they should be doing. You never know how things are going to change, how they're going to act once they're on the board, and to be hung with them for 4 years or so.
Say hung with them.
Would you consider amending your motion to include a business owner that's in your district in addition to, or
To
a
get through,
citizen?
to get through this first reading and then to get to the opportunity to have more information, because I didn't get the information I thought I was going to get tonight. I didn't get the education I wanted. I think I need to have a actual sit-down meeting with a couple people to get an in-depth discussion of what's happened, so I can determine whether 7 is going to be sufficient, or we need to add 1 or 2 at large, or maybe something else to it. But at this point, just to get through tonight, I'd like to just do this.
All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 6-1. We got to go to number 19 in consent. Council to approve design contract with HDR Engineering, Inc. in a not-to-exceed amount of $5,473,974.37 for Penny's 5 Project 24341-004 Fort Mill Parkway Widening Project.
Okay. Are you finished, or did you?
Yep,
Motion?
we need a
Yeah, was there a
motion.
question?
Okay,
or-
my motion is to defer to the next meeting, which would be May the 19th, in order to allow me to talk with Pennies and get some more information about this.
And we're glad to share a little bit tonight, too, that might answer any questions you have. This is a design.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Okay, I'm
So we're in
sorry.
discussion, it's fine. I think you can ask the question. I mean, do you want to ask a question now?
Well, I still would like to meet with Patrick, and if I can, if that's okay.
So the one thing I'll share is,
Sorry to interrupt. Who was the second from? Apologize.
Mr. Audette?
Thank you.
the one thing that staff's concerned about is if you defer, likely we'll have to wait until the fall in the school year to do traffic counts. So this is a design. The construction funding is likely going to come from the next Pennies program. There's not money in this budget for construction. So we're trying to begin design of a project. And the reason why it's important to front-end Pennies and get design going early is things like the summer. When schools aren't in session and you're taking traffic counts in the summer, it doesn't make any sense to do that. So if it's deferred, we might need to push this back until the fall, which is perfectly fine too. So if you would still like to defer it, we're glad to do that, but just want to let you know that at that point, the work might not begin until the fall.
Okay, I have a question. I have a question now. Can I ask
Ms.
staff?
Cloninger, yes.
For staff, okay. So, as I understand it, the town of Fort Mill, I'm hoping that you're gonna work with the town of Fort Mill Planning Department and match the town of Fort Mill Parkway overlay design. So is that part of the process here?
Mr. County Manager and Madam Councilor, I feel quite sure that when it comes to any kind of intergovernmental coordination, that we will attempt to follow jurisdictional codes. In this particular case, we do have to be mindful, though, that in order to accomplish the project parameters, we will need to do certain things, but I don't see why, in this particular instance, that we can't comply with Fort Mills ordinances unless there are nuances that I'm not aware of.
And their overlay for the
Correct.
period? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And if you want to wait a couple weeks for us to confirm all that, we're happy to do it. There
Well,
just
I
might be.
mean, I trust you. If you are saying that you will do that.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We definitely will.
Okay. All right.
So is the motion still to defer?
No.
All right, so you withdraw the motion?
I withdraw the motion to defer and make a motion that we approve.
We have
Second.
Motion and a second.
Now, wait a minute, with a special exception. That we can add language that says that you will work with the Fort Mill Planning Department and match the town of Fort Mill Parkway overlay design.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, look, we haven't even designed this yet, and similar to
Yeah.
the speed limit conversation, I would just encourage council not to get into the design of roads and speed limits until we
Right.
hear from our design experts that we're hiring.
But they're going
Obviously,
to
we're
work
gonna-
with Fort Mill.
We're gonna, obviously, we're gonna partner with all of our
That's
stakeholders.
all,
and
I'm just making sure.
Yes,
It may be better said, just for austerity, that, it goes without saying we'll make every effort in, all feasibility to work with Fort Mill or any other jurisdiction.
I don't think you put that in there.
We will
You don't put
definitely
that in there.
make a
I mean,
good
that's not
faith
just
effort.
Okay.
There's no question about
I guess
that.
now, the concern I'm having is, what are we adding onto this motion? I would almost rather defer if we have a question. Either it is or it isn't, in compliance with whatever their overlay is. And
it might be too early.
I'm worried
to
that
tell
that
you.
if there is something we don't know about, that we're not obligating ourselves to something
What am I
that the
missing?
pennies didn't cover. So,
Yeah, it may be better said to Councilwoman Cloninger is that we will affirm that we will make a good faith effort to work with all jurisdictional ordinances, Fort Mill
I mean, that's a
and
given.
anybody
Right.
else.
Given.
But it may be too
Early.
logistically difficult to tie that kind of condition or make that contingency attached to a motion.
Because we haven't designed the road yet.
Hadn't designed, hadn't got traffic
we
counts,
We
haven't
will
decided.
definitely work with
don't have the money.
Being so negative.
I mean, we don't have any of that. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so,
Well,
are you going to be able to tell us in the next 2 weeks, if we defer it, whether or not it can be consistent with the Fort Mill overlay
We will
and
work
stay
with-
within Penny's
We will work with
situation?
staff, but my answer in 2 weeks might be, we need to first design it to be able to answer that question.
Wait,
and don't we need to get
I have a
traffic count?
question first. All right, let's say we can't meet that, but yet it's required by referendum. Do we get a failure of the pennies program? I mean, we can't kill the project, right? So even,
No, the referendum's going to say, this is what they approved and the amount that the public approved. It's not going to say, and it has to be consistent with the Fort Mill overlay district.
Right.
It's not going
well,
to
that's
say
what I'm
that.
saying, but if it can't be, let's say that we can't make it consistent with the Fort
Can't
Mill,
change it either way.
then the project dies, and then the referendum dies, and that makes a whole, I'm just wondering about the legalities and liabilities of that.
Similar to the speed limit, we're going to work with our stakeholders, the state, the localities, to design a road that meets everybody's requirements.
Yes, I don't think we can over-speculate on what the final project will be, but I can't anticipate there being any wide diversions. We will want to work with, in the spirit of intent, their ordinances as well.
Motion on the table is to approve, and there's a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Getting late, people.
That was a, good.
I can see it.
Lame
My
second.
mental hospital day.
All right. Committee and other reports. Justice and Public Safety Committee, Chairman Tommy Atkins.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, the Justice Public Safety meeting met on April 30th. Myself, Tom Audette, and Watts Huckabee were present. The committee approved the minutes from the February 19th, 2025 JPS meeting. The committee made a motion to refer to full council the recommendations for the ordinance to, for the modifications to examine the extended stay in hotels in the unincorporated areas of York County. The committee also heard a report from the sheriff regarding the encampments on public and private property and requesting authority to address derelict structures. No actions was taken at this time, and more information will be provided to the committee. Staff provided an update on the fire service and the fire boards. No actions were taken.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Economic Development Committee, Chairman Watts Huckabee.
Yes, we met on May the 1st, and one of the presentations was made by Mitch Miller and Jason Floor of the Rock Hill Economic Development Department about extending International Drive. We're asking council to invest $1 million out of the C funds. There's 7 partners in this project, collaborating to make this project come to fruition. The total project cost is $6,545,000, so we're contributing $1 million of $6,545,000. And I think that brings a total of 11 businesses into that business park once that road is complete.
Right.
So there's
1,300
a significant amount of jobs. I think 1,300 jobs.
1,300 jobs, yeah.
Yeah, my notes are in here, but anyway, huge impact. So we're asking you guys to effectively approve the $1 million out of the C fund so this road can be completed. It creates a, you take Museum Road to International Drive where Southwood is, and it runs it all the way to Heckle. So now we complete that connector, which was really the deciding point for me, is we need that road connected to Heckle to divert traffic. But then as a result of it, we're going to pick up a significant amount of property tax, and we're only contributing $1 million of the $6,545,000. We talked about the Economic Development Board tonight. Mitch shared some information about the Economic Development Fund and what our initiatives are, target initiatives are. We're going to need to change our June and July meeting, by the way. Karen's working on some dates. She'll get with you guys to come up with the new dates for June and July, because I'm out of town both dates. That's my report. Thank you. And appreciate y'all approving Unagi tonight. That was a great move for York County.
Finance and Operations Committee, Chairman Tom Audette.
Yeah, so tonight we had a meeting at, with present of Councilman Rodney and Councilman Atkins. We approved the minutes from April 7th. There were several allocations for funds approved, and through District 1, Defending the Fatherless for $1,000, Positive Action Dog Service for $2,500, Riverview Fire Department for $1,500, Sheriff's Office for safety videos, $2,700. A program through the Sheriff's Office called Projects Lifesaver for $4,000. Approval for Flint Hill Fire Department for $1,500. And then lastly, Isaiah House 117 for $1,300. In District 7, we had approval for Greater Things Ministry for $3,000. Church of Christ for Basket of Blessings for $2,000, and lastly, Fort Mill Historic Museum for $5,000. We also were presented information as a follow-up discussion regarding local vendor preference. We're going to be studying that information and come back with recommendations from within our committee before we refer it to the council. And then finally, we did have a brief financial update, and that's it.
Thank you, sir. We do have some council member, we do have some executive session items. Are there any, but we do not have any citizen concerns. Are there any council member new non-agenda comments?
Yeah, I do have a quick one here. You know, in light of the information that they presented from University of South Carolina on its health risk, I've just started going through some of this, and I know that you are going to be passing that out, Karen, to everybody. So I'd recommend that we have a chance to read through this information. It's very alarming what I'm saying. in that we would have a discussion in regards to this in our next council meeting, and then hopefully we will then talk about whether we would do a cease and desist on that. And that's it for me.
Okay, so I would ask that we do put this on the agenda and that you guys take this seriously and review the material that was presented today, and that we add this to the agenda.
Mr. Roddy?
I'd like staff to get me some guidelines as to what's the criteria to spend economic development funds, the C fund money. What are some of the guidelines? Is it first come, first serve, whoever asks for it? You know, and obviously without a.
Yeah, we can get that,
Yeah.
but you're talking about the C funds.
That's
related
in
to
economic
not
development.
the ED fund.
Yeah.
Because those are two things, but we can provide background on the C fund related economic development funds.
Because if I understand, the request is for $1 million.
Which is what typically in the past, y'all have funded $1 million of C funds towards ED-related projects, but we'll get you all the details about that. We can do follow-up on
Okay.
that.
I missed the ED meeting because I had a grandbaby being born. Yay! Say hello to Danielle Claire. She's beautiful and mom's doing well. I have some similar questions about what the criteria is for the use of the C funds. I think I think there's probably a lot of projects. If there were other projects that were considered, what other projects are out there? I do think it's important that everyone, if there's an opportunity to use those C funds, that it not just be whoever asks for it first. So a similar thing that Mr. Roddy has brought up, I would like to have some of that information as well. And that's all I have. Do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we do. Receipt of legal advice, legal matters in litigation update, personal matter, county attorney, annual review follow-up. The next one is proposed contractual matter, retention of outside counsel, and lastly, receipt of legal advice, Project Cobra.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We'll go into executive session. We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have any motions?
Yeah, one motion. Motion to retain UPF Litigator LLC and Elrod Pope Law Firm as outside counsel as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Motion adjourned.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.